Hey, everybody, welcome back. Merry Christmas. If that is your holiday of observation, I am so glad to be here with you all. I had a lovely dinner with my darling wife, and now I am back here on YouTube, and we are doing the last 4 hours. Our goal is to do 8 hours in a single day. I think that we can meet our goal, and I'm very, very excited. I've got plenty more things to speak with you all about. We're going to have yet another great conversation here. As you can see, I'm a bit better dressed than I was last time. I was wearing a hoodie last time in the morning, but now I'm wearing a nice shirt, had a nice, lovely Christmas dinner with my darling wife, and now I'm back in my lovely Brooklyn apartment. As you can see, it is no longer bright outside. It is dark. It is dark outside because it's just 6:01 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and I am here once again live with all of you. And here we are. Well, listen, if you would like to send questions, you can cash at me at Caleb Maupin 22. The best way to send them, though, is buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee is the best way to send questions. And the phone lines are open. The phone, and you can join the stream. You can join the stream. I'll put that at the top. You can join the stream if you would like to hop on and make conversation, make merriment with me. You can sure do that thing. I am going to start drinking the last unnamed diet beverage of the day. It is 6 o'clock, and I can generally, if I woke up at a decent time, which I certainly did today because I started the stream early, and I can generally have an unnamed diet beverage at 6 or so. I should stop after this because it is caffeinated, and I do want to sleep tonight. But I did wake up at a decent time. And we've been streaming all day, and now I'm having the last one of the day, so I'll probably be able to sleep tonight. It should be good. So I'm glad that you're all here. I really, really am glad. I really, really appreciate this community. I really, really do. All of you are amazing folks. You are part of an amazing community that we have built here. And the Center for Political Innovation marches ahead, and we have had an amazing year. I don't know how I'm going to do this end of the year video. There's going to be so much content in the video, but I can do it. I can do it. I've got a couple days here to just pump it out. And I'm going to do my end of the year video, and the text of it will go out in an email, and you will see all that we accomplished in the year of 2025. We have done so much. And, I have learned over the years to focus on things that bring me joy and happiness. And that's not easy to do because sometimes you can get a thrill from being angry. You can get a thrill from being outraged. But honestly, I have learned over the years to focus on the things that bring me happiness. And I have said over and over again on these streams, the way to find happiness in this world, number one, is to build, to construct. Number two, to love and to be part of a community, to feel a sense of connection to other people. And the Center for Political Innovation, our organization, exists to help people do both of those things, to build and construct, and to find love and joy. And it's not easy. We live in a time where people are increasingly atomized against each other. People are very much encouraged to wreck, to isolate, to stew in their negative emotions. And I am here to help you push back against that and build a community of people centered around opposition to this dying global order of imperialism rooted in the outdated colonial system, and to celebrate a new order. When is the winner being announced? Who's the winner? The winner of what, Caden? What's the contest? Is there a contest happening? I don't know. Was not aware that there was any winner. But if you're aware of a contest, Caden, please share it with us. We would love to hear about any contest that's going on. No, there's no contest that I am aware of. However, you can join the stream. As long as you show your face, you got to show your face. That is one of the stipulations. But you can join the stream if you would like to come on. I have the link right here, the studio link. You're welcome to join the stream, right? If you would like to join the stream. Here, I'll put that link on the Facebook also. Why not? Right. If you would like to join, if you're watching this live and you would like to come on the stream, by all means do so, because we need people to come on here and ask questions and engage with me. You have to show your face. That is the rule. You must show your face, because I'm on here showing my face, and if there's any funny business, I'll end it. But that's just basic rules. You got to do that. The internet is a crazy, crazy place where people do crazy, crazy things. But if you want to join the stream, you can join the stream. That will be a lot of fun. I always like to see who it is watching and answer and engage people's questions. On top of that, if you have something that you would like to be discussed in the second half of the show, I mean, not the second half, we're just doing everything normal today. If you'd like something for me to talk about, if you want to send just a question for me to respond to, there's a way to do that as well, which is to buy me a coffee. Buy me a coffee. Caleb Maupin on Buy Me a Coffee, or you can cash at me. Either way works. But yeah, we're having a lovely, lovely holiday. Just a lovely holiday. It's actually pretty decent weather here in New York City, and my wife and I had a very peaceful, happy lunch together. And what more can one ask for? What more can one ask for? Anway in India, he's still here. He's still awake. My goodness, Anway is still awake. You are my hat off to you, sir. But I'm going to start drinking the last unnamed diet beverage of the day. I found out that US President Donald Trump drinks like 12 unnamed diet beverages every day. I only drink 5 or 6 usually. Some days are more intense than others, but Donald Trump is the president of the United States, and he's been quite successful. So if that's a good sign, whether you agree with or disagree with Trump, the fact that he has achieved all he's accomplished in his life is quite an endorsement for unnamed diet beverage, if there ever was one. So what is it with Home Alone? I've noticed that. I'm getting all kinds of YouTube updates. Home Alone was a movie that came out when I was a kid. It came out, I was a little bit too young for it, I think. I think it may have come out when I was like 3 or something. I didn't see it until I got older. Macaulay Culkin, it's like a mid-90s movie about a kid who is left at home in the age before cell phones, and he protects his house from burglars. And it's a wealthy family in Chicago. The family goes to Paris for the holidays, and they have a huge number of kids. It's like kind of an extended family, and they all go to Paris, and the kid, Macaulay Culkin, is left behind. He's left behind, and he fights off the burglars. And it's considered a holiday classic, and they even made Home Alone 2, which starred Macaulay Culkin as well, and it had a cameo appearance by Donald Trump. And in that one, the kid isn't left home alone; he's rather lost in New York City. And he stays at a fancy hotel in New York City, and he also fights the same bad guys, criminals. Both of those are like classic American films, classic 90s American films. There are certain themes in those films that I've talked about before. Number one, especially in Home Alone itself, right? I mean, in Home Alone 2, wealth, right? It's not about normal Americans. It's about really, really, really wealthy Americans. That house and that family in Home Alone, they are living in a large luxury mansion. They're not living in a normal American home. They're not, this isn't a normal Chicago family. This is like a super, super rich family. And yeah, it's crazy. The other thing is that, people point out it's almost all white people in the film. I don't think there is a single person of color in the movie anywhere. There might be a couple like extras in the church or something, but it's almost all white people. They're very, very wealthy. And the villains, right? The family are super, super wealthy and live in this fancy, fancy mansion, and they're all going to Paris for the holidays. I mean, they're loaded. The villains are poor. Right. The two villains, which I believe Joe Pesci is one of the villains. I can't remember the other villain, but, the two villains are portrayed as poor people. Right. And they drive a cheap beat up van, and they're wearing knit caps. And, I guess they're not breaking into people's houses because they're rich. I guess that's part of it. But it's like there's an element of like, of this belief that one should just naturally be wealthy, which comes across in a lot of 1990s movies, right? It's not just Home Alone, but Home Alone's a pretty blatant example of that. Lack of anyone who's not white in the film. Poor people are criminal and dangerous and evil, and nice people are super, super rich. And they're not portrayed as rich either. That's the weird thing, that people don't see them as rich. They just go through life, and that's just what you're supposed to be, right? You're just supposed to be a rich person. And that has had amazing, amazing propaganda value for the United States around the world, because the way those films were, if you had never been to America and you saw Home Alone, you would think, wow, that's just a normal American family home. Look at that, right? That's just how everyone lives. No wonder free market capitalism is amazing. No wonder America is the greatest country in the world. Look how that family on Home Alone lives. And no one treats them like rich people. They don't drive a fancy limousine. They're just a normal family, and they've got this, great big mansion. Now, that's a really common theme in those kind of 90s families movies. Another thing that comes across when you watch Home Alone that is kind of a common theme in 90s movies: family angst, right? 90s movies tend to be about 90s family movies, right? Liar, Liar, Mrs. Doubtfire, the Dalmatians movies. I don't know, you name them. Any of the like big like family films of the 90s, you tend to have, on the one hand, you have very, very wealthy people who are usually white, right? Very few people of color in the film. They're all wealthy. On top of that, and what you also have is the wealthy white people have huge amounts of family pain, huge amounts of family pain. There's been a divorce. There is a relative who died. There is, there's some urgent family pain. That is a really, really big part of 90s movies. Very, very wealthy, rich white person who has a huge amount of family pain. There's been an ugly divorce. There's a relative who died. There's, and that's a really, really common theme. You watch 90s movies, right? You're right. Or it's Hook with Robin Williams, and oh my goodness, just so many of these. They have an intense amount of family pain, and in the Home Alone movie, it's it's that the family doesn't get along with the main character, Macaulay Culkin. The Kevin, the Macaulay Culkin character, is he doesn't get along with his wealthy family. He feels kind of unwanted and unappreciated. He's bullied by his older brother Buzz. He's kind of considered a burden on the family, right? And so it's like you get the idea he's kind of alienated from his family, and so it kind of him being accidentally left at home, restores his relationship with his mother. His mother is very, very angry with him and says some very, very mean things to him in the opening scene. Then he's left behind. And then, the mother shows up on Christmas morning. The family is reconciled, very, very happy. Home Alone is very, very unhealthy. I would argue it's a very, very unhealthy movie. You watch, that was America in the 90s. Right. And America wasn't like that. America was full of people that weren't white. America was full of people that weren't wealthy. And America was full of people who had all kinds of different problems and all of that. But it was very much where the culture was at in the 90s. It's a suburban wealthy film. It's a suburban wealthy film glorifying America, but also the pain, the kind of soullessness of the American upper middle class. That's what I would take from it. It's about upper middle class people who have gained the world but lost their soul, right? And they don't feel family connection. They don't seem to care about each other. They have a lot of guilt. They have a lot of resentment. They have a lot of pain about lost relationships. They don't love their kids the way their kids should. The kids feel like the parents don't love them the way they should. And that underneath all of this wealth is a huge amount of pain. That's what I take from the Home Alone films. That's really what it's about. It's about how, it's kind of communicating that in 90s America, the economy was very strong coming out of the fall of the Soviet Union and the dot-com boom. But we had lost our souls to some degree or other. And that comes across. One thing that's interesting in Home Alone that I remember, it's funny, it's been years since I've watched the movie, but when I was a kid, it was one of the very few VHS tapes that my family owned. And I think, anyway, I'm not going to get personal about it, but I didn't have that many VHS tapes when I was a kid. So it was a film I had watched more than a few times because it was one of the few VHS tapes that we had. That was the thing. See, You youngins, you don't understand how it used to be. I'm just joking, but you know, there was a time before VHS, right? 60s, 70s, right? Really, even most of the 80s. VHS was kind of a new thing in the 80s, where if a movie wasn't on TV or in the theater, you couldn't watch it, right? That's before my time. There was always VHS in my time. But nowadays, if you want to watch a movie, you pull it up on YouTube, you pull it up on Netflix, you pull it up on, your streaming service, and you can watch it. Well, there was this in between time in the 90s, right? Where they had video rental stores. Libraries often had video collections. And in addition to that, you might own a few VHS tapes or DVDs. And so if you're like me, if you were a kid in the 90s, your family probably had a handful of VHS videos that they had bought, right? Your parents really liked the movie, or a relative gave it to you as a gift or something. You have like a handful of VHS tapes that you watched. And if you are a child in the 90s, because children are a little bit different, right? Adults, whatever, they got a lot going on. But if you're a kid, you don't have that much going on, right? You're just like, there's a lot of times where you're just like, hey, what am I going to do today, right? So if you're a kid and your family has about 5 VHS tapes, you ended up watching those VHS tapes like 100 times, right? Great story. My brother, right? I'm not going to say too much about my family, but my brother, he really, really liked the Spider-Man movie that came out around 2002, right? The one with what was his name? The first like live action Spider-Man movie that they made with Tobey Maguire in it. My brother bought the DVD of Spider-Man, right? And I swear I have seen that movie thousands of times. I mean, I'm exaggerating, hundreds of times, at least 100 times probably, because my brother, we owned the DVD. He liked the movie. There were many times, and my brother liked to wake up early in the morning. There were times I would wake up in the morning, and my brother had been up for several hours, and he was already halfway through the DVD of Spider-Man. I remember one time we went to visit some relatives for the summertime, and it was me and my brother brought his Spider-Man DVD, and every single day we were at this relative's house, he watched it. So I have seen that movie. And what's funny about that movie is I now live in New York City. I had never been to New York City, and I'll tell you about the first time I ever came to New York City. That's one thing I plan to talk about here. The first time I ever came to New York City is a whole nother story, but my brother had the DVD of Spider-Man, and there are a number of scenes in the Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire that don't really make sense. If you don't, for example, the naked cowboy is in the movie. Not directly, but there's this character in Times Square, the naked cowboy, and he walks around Times Square in a Speedo playing his guitar, and he's a country musician, and he's famous for just walking around Times Square and being a character. And he kind of right. I think I even have an interaction with him. If I'm not mistaken, there's an interaction with him. He came up to me. I talked to him about Trump recently, and he's a Trump supporter, and he's been doing this for decades. And he's a very well built guy, so no one complains about him being half naked because he's well built. I mean, he's not unattractive, right? He's an attractive guy, and he just walks around in his Speedo and all of that. He's in the movie, right? At one point in the movie, they have like Vox Pops almost about Spider-Man, and they're asking average New York City, all these New York City stereotypes about Spider-Man. And there's a UPS delivery guy, and he turns to the camera and he says, "He stinks, and I don't like him." Right, and then like there's like a woman with piercings, and she's like, "A guy with 8 hands. He sounds hot." I've seen this like many, many times, and you don't get it. It's like all these kind of New York City stereotypes, right? And so, and at one point, there's naked cowboy playing in the subway, playing a song, Spider-Man, and it's all New York City, right? And what's interesting is, so originally when they made that movie, from what I understand, they were going to have Spider-Man put a web around the Twin Towers. Yeah, the Twin Towers, which were the biggest buildings in New York City at the time, were going to be a big part of the movie. And they couldn't really do that. However, so they had to take that out of the movie because 9/11 happened, wasn't a good look. And so, however, interestingly enough, though, right after 9/11, tourism in New York City was way down. because everyone thought they were going to die. I remember this. This is like, you kids, you don't know how lucky you kids are. After 9/11, I'm just kidding. But anyway, after 9/11, people were terrified to go to New York City because they thought they were going to die. Because 9/11 happened in New York City. And so they had all these ads on television about go to New York City. And it was celebrities walking around saying, "I love New York. I love New York." And it was like this big effort to like get tourists to come to New York City again, because there was this belief that, wow, a bunch of people died in New York City on 9/11. So if I go to New York City, I might die. I might get killed. Um, yeah, it's funny how people's brains work, Gabby. It really is, right? As people are sitting there, it's like, okay, like, but yeah, people stopped going to New York City to look at the Eiffel Tower or not the Eiffel Tower, the Statue of Liberty, and whatever. They couldn't go there because they thought they were going to die. So they had all these ads on TV of like celebrities saying, "I love New York. I love New York. I love New York." Right. So the Spider-Man movie ended up kind of being like that. It kind of became one of those like, I love New York. There was a whole lot of like walking the streets of New York City scenes. And I think that's funny because I now live in New York City and I saw that movie about 100 times and I never really dreamed of living in New York City. But anyway, so when was the first time I ever came to New York City? Here we go. When was the first time I ever came to New York City? When was it? Well, the first time I ever came to New York City was when I was a senior in high school. I was a senior in high school and I was 18, and it was April of 2006. And there was a huge anti-war demonstration in New York City at the very end of April. And I was a couple weeks away from graduating, and they had a bus going to this demonstration from Cleveland, Ohio, sponsored by the American Friends Service Committee, which is the Quaker anti-war organization. So me and my high school buddy, we bought tickets on the bus, and we got on the bus at midnight, and we arrived in New York City. And that was the first time I had ever been to New York City. I'd ever been to New York City, and it was for this huge anti-war rally. And this was when Bush was president, and all the Democrats were still protesting the war in Iraq. There was still an anti-war movement, and United for Peace and Justice, which was like the Democratic Party controlled anti-war, organization, right? They could get really, really big numbers at their rallies. New York City is a Democratic Party controlled city. Bush was very unpopular after Hurricane Katrina, after everything that had happened. And so it was huge. I mean, and it was down Broadway, and it went from one end of Broadway to Lower Manhattan. It was a really long march, and it went on and on and on. I mean, it was a sea of people. It was probably hundreds of thousands of people that marched in this big anti-war demonstration. And at the time, I was around a communist group that was engaged in a campaign to drive out George W. Bush, to impeach Bush. So I marched in the World Can't Wait contingent. And there were about 100 people, me and my friend marched with about 100 people from the World Can't Wait, which was to drive out Bush. And so we were in this contingent, and we marched down the streets of Broadway, with about 100 other people, and with signs, "Drive out the Bush regime," or whatever. And the chants were, "You torture, you lie, you occupy, drive out the Bush regime, resist or die." And that was, we just marched down the streets, right? And right behind us, and this was what was wild, right behind us was the Progressive Labor Party, the PLP, right? This is an obscure communist group, the Progressive Labor Party. But they're actually able, once a year on May 1st, they have their big march, and they're able, it's like the only thing they do for all year long. You wouldn't even know the Progressive Labor Party exists, but they do. And once a year, they have like a May 1st demonstration, and they have one in New York City where they get about 1,000 people, sometimes 2,000 people, to march. And it's like a very, very communist march. And they have one in like San Francisco. Sometimes they have one in Chicago. And it's like a big thing they do every year is they just have a big communist rally on May 1st. And this year, because the big anti-war rally was happening on the weekend before May 1st, at the very end of April, right, World Can't Wait, the RCP rally, was in front of them, and right behind us was the Progressive Labor Party. And it was a bunch of African American high school kids in red T-shirts, and they were chanting, death, death, death to the bosses, power, power, power to the workers, death, death, death to the bosses, power, power, power to the workers. And I was like, dang, what was weird though was that none of them seemed to know anything about politics. And I later found out that the way Progressive Labor Party is able to get all these kids to come out to their rallies is they have high school teachers in Brooklyn and other places that are members of the group. And I tried to talk to these high school kids about communism, about Stalin, and they didn't know anything about it. They're just like, yeah, my teacher organizes this. I'm against the system, man. They weren't very deep politically. And there were like some older white people that were like teachers that had kind of mobilized them. And it was, they had like hundreds of people basically. And they were chanting death, death, death to the bosses, power, power, power to the workers. And what else were they chanting? No more racist wars for oil. Let the people's struggle boil. Power to the working class. Kick the bosses in the ass. I was just like, dang, it was quite exciting to see that. And so it was wild. And so I was with the World Can't Wait contingent. And, every corner of Manhattan, there was somebody selling another communist newspaper, generally older Jewish guys. It would be older Jewish guys in their 70s, in labor union jackets or something like that. And they would be trying to sell you some kind of Trotskyite newspaper, Socialist Worker, Socialist Weekly, Socialist Alternative, Labor Militant, Workers Revolt. There'd be on every corner, basically, there would be an older Jewish guy with like curly hair, and he'd be wearing a Union jacket. And he'd say, get the latest copy of the Revolutionary Worker, get the latest copy of the Workers' Socialist Revolt newspaper, and it was just like every block, right? It's funny, most of those people are dead now. I was 18 years old at this point. But most of these people, I mean, this was 25 years ago. Most of these people are long gone. But there was a layer of people who grew up, they had been the 60s left. Their parents had been in the Communist Party USA. They were in a variety of different Marxist sects, Maoist, Trotskyite groups. And like every corner, there was somebody else selling a socialist magazine. And I saw that, and it would just be one guy, and I bought every single one I could get my copy on. I went home with like a stack of newspapers like this big because I was really interested in all the groups. So I was with the World Can't Wait, and we were there, and we drive out the Bush regime, resist or die, right? And I don't know, what else did we chant? We chanted Bush step down, the people rise up, that kind of thing. That was our big thing. It was like a Popular Front campaign that the Maoist group I was around was running. We're going to drive out Bush. So anyway, we were marching down the street. At one point, when the march was kind of stopped, they had us all lay down and pretend to be dead. It was like a die-in. I don't know if you remember this. That was a thing that they used to do. And it was like, all right, on the count of 3, we're all going to lay down and pretend to be dead. And so we all laid down and pretended to be dead, and we did that for a while. And it was like, this is to represent all the death that has come from Bush's evil wars or whatever. And then they got on the bullhorn. And then after we'd laid there pretending to be dead for a while on the pavement, then they said, all right, now rise up, the people rise up, the people rise up. And we stood up, the people rise up. Yay. It was, I don't know, it was just something to do, right? I mean, we were part of this huge crowd. And I mean, it was a very big gathering. I think the main rally in like Central Park had been addressed by members of Congress like Nancy Pelosi and shit like that. It was just kind of an anti-Bush rally. What I remember in particular about that day, there were a couple things about that rally in particular that I remember. One is MoveOn.org. George Soros. Bum, bum, bum. George Soros. George Soros people were lined up all along the parade route also. And they had signs that were printed, very big packets of printed signs that said, out of Iraq into Darfur. And they were calling for the USA to send troops to Sudan, to break apart Sudan. And that was their message, out of Iraq into Darfur. And on the same day as this big anti-war rally, there was a big rally by George Clooney and a lot of Hollywood celebrities calling for U.S. military intervention in Africa against the government of Sudan. That was a Mossad operation, right? The government of Sudan is an Islamic government that does business with China, and Israel broke South Sudan away from Sudan, right, from the rest of Sudan, and then Israel was trying to break the Darfur region, which is historically Christian, away from Sudan as well. And there was a civil war going on between Christians and Muslims. And so Zionists had infiltrated the anti war movement led by George Soros. And MoveOn.org was there with hundreds of signs and all kinds of people who didn't know any better, didn't know anything about geopolitics. They were like, yeah, out of Iraq, go rescue. And they were framing it almost as an anti racist cause. Like, instead of invading Iraq to get the oil, we should rescue those black people that are being killed in Sudan. And they framed it almost as like, we care about African people. It's kind of the beginning of Obamanism, if you want to call it that, or Obama, right? It was, the liberals were there, the Zionist, the George Soros Zionist regime change element, the Obama faction. Was there trying to kind of co-opt this anti-war rally and make it about sending troops to Africa. And George Clooney had a big rally on the same day. And the news media coverage, they're like, there was a big anti-war rally in New York City, and there was a rally for sending troops to Darfur. And the media found a way to kind of like change the conversation so it wasn't really about Iraq. Very interesting how the media manipulates these things, right? The public was angry about weapons of mass destruction and the lies. People were angry about Bush, and the economy was really starting to get ready for that big 2008 financial meltdown. And so the ruling class, this is how they operate. And they were getting ready for the Obama manipulation, the Obama scam. And so what they did was they went to the anti-war rally and they kind of co-opted it. And it was their anti-war rally anyway. It's kind of interesting how the deep state operates and how Zionism operates. I mean, that was the Israel lobby, right? The Save Darfur stuff has always been a Zionist project. Israel feels that Sudan is their geopolitical enemy. And South Sudan is basically an Israeli colony. It is the Israeli military that occupies South Sudan. And so, the Zionists manipulated the anti-war movement. That was one thing I observed. This was another thing that I observed, and I don't quite know what to make of this. I have spent a lot of time, I wrote, What is a Counter Gang? Right? I've got What is a Counter Gang? And that there's a lot, unfortunately, and I know this now. I did not know this, right? I wish I had known this, but coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? You always, you don't always know everything, right? I hate to break it to you, but you don't know everything, and neither do I, actually. And none of us know everything. And I did not understand what was going on, but I've written about, I wrote this book, What is a Counter Gang? And that especially if you are doing anything communism related, especially if you're doing anything communism related, uh, spooks are everywhere. FBI, CIA, especially communism. Because communism was the enemy during the Cold War, because the communist parties were, usually like official allies of the Soviet Union, or, the Communist Party was the ally of the Soviet Union. The Maoist groups were linked to China. Communism is spooked up like you wouldn't believe. I didn't know that. Okay. And it's not anything out of a Hollywood movie, right? But communism is generally spooked up. I mean, it is, right? And I didn't know that at the time. And I've looked back on this experience that happened that very, very same rally, and I've gone, right? This is what happened. So we're marching down Broadway, right? And we got the MoveOn.org people that are handing out the Out of Iraq into Darfur signs, right? At the same time, we've got the elderly Jewish guys selling the Trotskyite, communist newspapers. And so anyway, and I'm in the World Can't Wait contingent. So we got to a certain point, and the Spartacist League, which is a Trotskyite communist organization that has a very bad reputation for being disruptive and all of that, they came into our contingent and they saw me, and like they just started talking to me. And it was very interesting. And what they wanted to talk to me about was the anti-war group that I was working with had signed an ad in the New York Times. And the ad they had signed had said, sanctions and threats of war against Iran are not the best way to disarm the Islamic regime. And their argument is that they said that that Iran should have nuclear weapons to defend itself from U.S. imperialism, and that my organization was saying that Iran should be disarmed. It was just threats of war and sanctions were not the best way to do it. And that why was I supporting an organization that wanted to disarm Iran? And I was like, oh, I had no idea. And at the time, I had this kind of gut level anti-imperialism, but the communist group I was around did not. Right? They were very anti-Iran, but I had this and I was like, oh, they've kind of got a point. And so I bought their newspaper, and they sold me a couple of their pamphlets or whatever. And they talked to me for a while, and they're like, your organization signed this ad in the New York Times that said, that Iran should be disarmed. Not the same Spartacist League. They just have the name. They're an American Trotskyite group. So anyway, I remember I got to the end of the march, and the Spartacist League was set up. There was kind of literature tables. It was in a park in lower Manhattan, and they had literature tables set up. The Spartacist League had a table, and their big banner said, Iran needs nukes. Iran needs nuclear weapons. And all of their signs, their whole intervention at the anti-war rally was calling for Iran to get the atomic bomb. Now, at the time, I didn't know anything about any of that. I didn't know a Sunni from a Shia. I just knew Iran was a country in the Middle East that America was against and called a terrorist country, and I was anti-imperialism or whatever. I didn't know anything about it. Now, I've been to Iran a number of times. I made a film in Iran. I've studied the Islamic Revolution. I think that was some kind of intelligence operation, right? I think that the Spartacist League was either manipulated or infiltrated or nudged to do that because Iran doesn't want nuclear weapons. Iran has made clear over and over again they don't want nuclear weapons. The USA was putting sanctions on Iran, claiming that Iran was trying to get the atomic bomb, and they hadn't. Every site that Iran has that's nuclear power oriented, every single site they have is monitored by the International Atomic Energy Agency. They have never been found to be in violation of the IAEA, and Iran was loudly screaming at the top of its lungs, we're not trying to get an atomic bomb. We have the right to build peaceful nuclear energy. We're not trying to get an atomic bomb. So why was a communist group showing up at this big anti-war rally with big signs, Iran needs nuclear weapons? I think there was foul play going on because they were trying to, that was the message of US imperialism at the time, was Iran is trying to get nuclear weapons. Iran's message was, no, we're not. We don't want nuclear weapons. Our religion forbids nuclear weapons. That was their message at the time. But yet this communist group with a lot of funding and a lot of resources was loudly saying Iran needs nuclear weapons. I smell some foul play, and stuff like this goes on. And I remember years ago when I was overseas, there was an older German guy I was talking to, who'd been an international journalist. And I talked to him about this incident and other things. And he said, yeah, that's deep state stuff. That's intelligence, right? He said, that's intelligence. And he said, that's probably, the neocon faction wants to insert into this rally that Iran is getting a nuclear weapon, right? They want, just like George Soros inserted his message of send troops to Africa, the neocons wanted to insert their message, which is Iran is developing an atomic bomb and it's very dangerous. And so by having a bunch of crazy Trotskyists with signs, Iran needs to get nuclear weapons. We support Iran getting nukes. At the time, right? Anyone who is buying into American propaganda saying that Iran is trying to get nuclear weapons and buys into the idea that Iran is a threat is going to see that and say, wow, these anti-war protesters, they want Iran to get nukes, and Iran is going to kill us, and that's why I'm not going to support the anti-war movement, and that's why we need to put sanctions. And it kind of reinforces to the mainstream audience the message that Iran is a threat and Iran is trying to get nukes. And it's a way of kind of intervening and muddying the message of an anti-war demonstration. And this kind of infiltration goes on a lot. These are the kind of games that intelligence plays, where it's like you see something happening, and it's like, how can we how can we muddy the waters or confuse it? How can we throw a wild card in there, right? How can we throw a wild card in there, right? So the message of the American neocon deep state is Iran is trying to get a nuke. And so they managed to have the anti-war rally say that also, even though it's supposed to be an anti-war rally, right? These are the games that the deep state plays. And that if you're involved in activist spaces, right, you see this all the time. right? That there's a lot of games that get played by a lot of different forces, right? That this is how this kind of thing works. I had no idea. I didn't know. It's taken me years to sit back and observe this and observe that games go on, and and people say things they don't believe, or they boost messages they don't believe for strategic reasons, and that there are bigger forces at play with a lot of this stuff, that are trying to manipulate it behind the scene, and that often that if you just go to an anti-war rally, it might even look crazy. And I noticed that too. The signs that people had don't even make sense and all of that, but it means something to somebody. And there's a lot of stuff like that, right? There's a lot of stuff like that where it's like sending a message to somebody, and it's very interesting to think about. But trying to think, what else do I remember? Another thing, yes, yes, I did change my shirt. My wife was not going to have dinner with me in a hoodie. Another thing that I remember from that same anti-war rally, the first time I was ever in New York City, was that the 9/11 Truth Movement had just kind of gotten going. Right, this was a few years after 9/11, and they had set up along the parade route, and they were very angry. Right, they were on bullhorns, cussing and yelling. Why can't you guys just admit the truth? 9/11 was an inside job. Why is the anti-war movement silencing us? And there was a layer of people that were like 9/11 truthers that were yelling into bullhorns about how angry they were, and they were like cussing out the anti-war rally. And that a lot of the people that were into 9/11 truth in these years, this is very interesting, were like biker kind of people, like bikers. And I think that may have been because a lot of people around the world and in the Middle East thought Israel had done 9/11. And so among like biker kind of people, you have a layer of far right kind of people that are like far right politically. And so I think that might have been why they already didn't like leftists and all of that. And so they were there, and they were wearing leather jackets, and they had bullhorns. Um, you know, um, and they were basically very angry at the anti-war movement. And honestly, though, they were right. The anti-war movement really dropped the ball with 9/11 Truth. I have come a long way. I used to be opposed to 9/11 Truth and all of that. And now I realize that on the one hand, the official story of 9/11 doesn't add up on many, many levels. And outside of the United States, stuff that is considered to be 9/11 conspiracies is just standard, right? I do warn people, don't say what actually happened, because you don't know what actually happened. But there's a lot of things about the official story of 9/11 that don't add up, right? There's just a lot of things that you look at it, it's not what they said, right? The idea that that this happened the way it happened, I have a really hard time with that when I look at the official story. But I don't know who did it. I don't know that Israel did it. I mean, some people think that Israel did it. I don't know that. And I don't have enough evidence to confidently get up before the world and say Israel did it. I can't do that because I can't prove that, right? I don't know that. I can't say the Bush family did it. I can't, we don't know exactly what happened. We don't, right? But the idea that 9/11 was just, Osama bin Laden and a bunch of guys in caves in Afghanistan said, all right, we're going to bring down the two tallest buildings in all of New York City. I don't buy that, right? Something about it just doesn't make sense. And that the fact that there was a drill, right, that day, they happened to know. How did they know that the Sky Command wasn't going on? They shoot down planes all the time for flying in the wrong direction. Air traffic control. So we're to believe that on one day, 5 airplanes got in the wrong direction. That doesn't make any sense. And then you look at the Pentagon. Where's the plane? Right? I mean, the hole in the Pentagon is not big enough, right? It's not big enough. Where's the plane at the Pentagon? And why did it take them 3 years to give us any video of it? And even the video they gave us of the Pentagon video is not even accurate when that area has loads of surveillance. And you listen to the recordings, right, from the people on the flight that were hijacked. The guy says, you believe me, don't you, Mom? And I don't know. There's a lot of things about 9/11 that don't add up. Obviously, the Twin Towers went down. Obviously, there were hijackers on board. Obviously, there were people on the planes. But and it's very likely that Osama bin Laden was involved to some degree or other. I'm not saying he wasn't, right? I mean, clearly the hijackers were on the planes and they did learn to fly planes. And there's a lot, a lot of the official story makes sense, but there are a few things in the official story that are like gigantic holes. Another thing is, people say, why did the buildings collapse, right? Buildings don't generally collapse from fire, right? Especially huge buildings with steel beams. That doesn't make sense. And there's just a lot of things about the official story of 9/11 that don't add up. But that's all I'm saying, right? And I'm not assigning blame for who did it, because if I do that, I've discredited myself, because I can't prove what actually happened. I can just point to the official narrative of the 9/11 events, and I can say that I don't buy it. I have a hard time accepting that that's how it happened. Another thing that I will say is that the left dropped the ball completely after 9/11, just completely dropped the ball, because they didn't listen to the anti-imperialist countries. Gaddafi, after 9/11, he said, wow, you guys have been attacked by Al-Qaeda? I've been fighting Al-Qaeda for years. And Gaddafi signed up for the war on terror. Bashar Assad in Syria said, I've been fighting Al-Qaeda for years, signed up. Russia said, we've been fighting Chechen separatists and Wahhabis for years. Russia was all about it. All the anti-imperialist states said, maybe America should stop funding Wahhabi terrorists. That was their answer, and that was the right answer, right? That the U.S. government had this policy of going around the world finding people like Osama bin Laden and al-Zarqawi and Islamic extremists with the Saudi ideology, and letting them do their thing, and then weaponizing them against the Soviet Union, against Iraq, against Iran, against Libya, against governments we don't like, all over the world. Where has Al-Qaeda not been on the American government's side? They were against Assad in Syria. They were against Gaddafi. They were against Saddam Hussein. I mean, so that should have been the message, and that's what Gaddafi was saying. That's what Syria was saying. That's what Russia was saying. That's what China was saying, right? China's dealt with the Uyghur separatists that are Wahhabis also, But in America, the message became, American media portrayed Al-Qaeda like they were anti-imperialists, which they were not. They were not anti-imperialists. They have been a counter gang of the imperialists since the moment they were formed. They were weaponized against various anti-imperialist countries. But U.S. media said, oh, look, these are guys in turbans and they're against Israel. These people that want to kill us, that murdered us on 9/11, they are just like Ho Chi Minh. They are just like, they're just like Kim Il-sung in North Korea. They're just like Saddam Hussein in Iraq. They're anti-imperialists. And the left agreed with that message. It was disgusting. It was absolutely disgusting. And that wasn't true. Osama bin Laden was not an anti-imperialist, right? And the anti-imperialist states were the ones fighting them. Yuri Kochiyama, a great, important Japanese-American activist who did many heroic things, a friend of Malcolm X, great person. However, she gave an awful interview where she compared Osama bin Laden to Malcolm X and to Ho Chi Minh and said, oh, he's a freedom fighter around the world. No, he wasn't, right? And, the same with, Ward Churchill. He wrote this book, this essay, Some People Push Back, about how the sanctions on Iraq killed all these children. So it would be totally justified for Iraq to murder Americans to raise awareness about their babies being killed. Well, Iraq didn't attack us on 9/11. That's what Bush said. That was the neocon narrative. And the left completely dropped the ball after 9/11. And basically their message was, America is an evil country and the brown people around the world are fighting for freedom against America. And 9/11 was the anti-imperialist movement striking back for all the evil things America has done. Well, that's not true. That is absolutely not true. That's just not what happened. That's not what happened. Iraq did not attack us on 9/11. China did not attack us on 9/11. Russia did not attack us on 9/11. Cuba did not attack us on 9/11. Iran did not attack us on 9/11. The Saudis, the hijackers were Saudis. They were Saudis. And they were part of a counter gang, the Wahhabi counter gang that the USA used in Chechnya, the USA used in Afghanistan, used elsewhere. I mean, so that's a really big hole, and the left really dropped the ball. So, so there's that. But anyway, back to my story, and I'll wrap this up. The first time I ever came to New York City. Another thing about the first time I ever came to New York City is that as we got to the end of the parade, I remember, I will never forget, and this was a moment that gave me chills. It just put chills down my spine. I knew enough communist history to know about this. I'll back up. So I was from a little town in Ohio, a little town called Orville. And in the little town in Ohio that I was from, I did the research to see if there had ever been a communist from my little town. And I found out about Carl Geiser. Carl Geiser. And Carl Geiser was a guy from my hometown who grew up on a farm and went to study electrical engineering at Cleveland State University and was hired by the Soviet Union to be an electrical engineer. And he got back to the United States and he joined the Communist Party. And then he became a leader of the Abraham Lincoln Brigades, which was a group of Americans who went and fought in Spain against Franco. The Abraham Lincoln Brigade was the group of Americans who went to Spain to fight against fascism. And I learned about the Abraham Lincoln Brigade. So as we got to the end of the march, I will never forget, towards the end of the march, there was about 5 or 6 old men in wheelchairs. And together they were holding a banner, right? Well, they had like poles and they were holding a banner. Veterans of the Abraham Lincoln Brigade against the war in Iraq. I will never forget that. That was a beautiful moment. And I was like, wow, history is right in front of me. These were guys who had fought in Spain. They were like the age of my grandparents. And they had gone before World War II started to fight fascism in Spain. Absolutely beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Well, that is the story of the first time I ever came to New York City and the politics that was happening all around me at the time that I didn't even really understand at the time. But anyway, we've got a guest here. Chandler, how you doing? How's it going?
Hey, hello, Caleb. Hi. Thanks for showing me up there, buddy. How are you, sir? I'm enjoying the chat.
Good. Yeah. Are you Chandler from Tennessee?
Yes, sir. I'm from Central Tennessee, South Central Tennessee. It's not too far from Ohio. Cincinnati's just a way up the road there.
Okay. And you have run for office a number of times as an anti-war candidate, right?
7 times. I say 7 times, but Caleb, it's really probably 8 or 9 times now. And yes, it was always as an anti-war candidate. I was a soldier. I was in the U.S. Army in 91 in the first Gulf War time and was mobilized to Europe. You know, I was just like a lot of other wild Indians half the time saying, I want to get out of here. I want you to let me go. But I did get mobilized to Europe. I should have stayed in Europe for 20 years or 50 years, really.
Wow. And so how did you become an anti-war activist?
Well, I could see it's all bull, you know, it's just for the money. And people do get killed. You know, I met a lot of veterans and we were shot with anthrax vaccination.
Really?
I had been there a while. Yes, sir. I had been there for a while and had been to Europe, and they had their reasons for letting me go to Europe. That was a lucky thing, but I realized later what their purpose was. But so that's when Sergeant, I don't know if I should say his name, but one sergeant started talking about Gulf War syndrome. And you've heard of Gulf War syndrome. That was particularly of the time of the 91 Gulf War. And supposedly it was coming from over there. And we were having a lot of guys come back to our base in Germany from over there. But it was a sergeant who told me, he said, that actually came from the vaccines we got on the second day of basic training.
Wow.
Yeah. And so I knew, it'll start wearing you out in the afternoon. I learned to get up early and I loved it. I loved the Army lifestyle. I was a great soldier. But you could tell in the afternoon you started getting tired and then you'd always be ready to go to sleep by 9 p.m. You know, when I was in high school, I'd stay up all night riding up and down the same strip of road, you know, but I noticed that we were just exhausted by 9 p.m. because of the Gulf War syndrome, which was actually anthrax vaccination.
Wow. And
yes, sir.
Depleted uranium is part of the Gulf War syndrome too, or you say it's the anthrax vaccine?
Well, it could be several different things. There's many carcinogens. You know, I'm just right now waiting to get some ivermectin. I finally talked to a doctor here that's willing to prescribe to me ivermectin. and I'm just waiting to get that prescription in my hand and go get it. There's many carcinogens all around, especially with the COVID vax. I don't guess I'm saying anything you guys haven't heard or talked about, but yeah, that COVID vax will cause cancer eventually.
So how did you get involved in anti-war activities and running for Congress and running for office? How did that happen?
Well, they were having a meeting at Vanderbilt University, you know, prestigious, and I had been in college for years and years. I spent 9 years in undergrad college and then 3 or 4 years in graduate school. They were having a big meeting against the war for oil at the time of the 2003 war. Mm-hmm. And I went up there, wanted to go to the meeting. I loved going to Vanderbilt and seeing those students. And I went to the meeting and I got a chance to speak up at the meeting. And so that was really one of the first times I was an anti-war. But first time I ran for office, I was because of I was in graduate school and to try and teach in the city school. Mm-hmm. That's very political, and that's when I learned, you know, they said, if you really want to make a difference, you'd have to run for office. So I started running for office. Yeah.
So what is your latest campaign?
U.S. Senate. I ran against Marsha Blackburn in 2024. Okay. That was at least the 7th or 8th campaign. I ran against Marsha Blackburn. My name is in the paper as being defeated by her. She's going to run for governor now. I saw her on X today of her Christmas message and not looking too good. You know, I'm not a big complainer, but yeah, Marsha Blackburn was not looking too great. And she's supposedly going to run for governor, and I don't think she's the favorite. She got caught in that scam with 8 other senators trying to line their pocket, and Trump outed them. They were even going to get indicted by the DOJ.
Great. So what is the message of what was the message of your campaign against her?
I was in favor of farming and that people could farm marijuana, farm your own marijuana so that you could have the pure stuff. All that cannabis has been, I don't want to use the B word, but just the fact that it's called cannabis is that shows you what grade of stuff it is. And anything that could help small farmers be a successful farmer, I'm for small farmers. Yeah. And you know, she was in favor of some right-wing pop like war, and I was against war, you know.
Okay. Wow. Well, are you planning another campaign against her for governor or?
Yeah, I'd love to run away to Thailand. And now I'm looking at Turkey, you know, Erdogan, that's a great place to get away where the price difference, if you've got some money, you can live there. And I've ran away to Thailand. I lived for more than 3 years in the Philippines.
Wow.
I missed my friends there terribly for a long time. I lived for more than 3 years in the Philippines. And then I got blacklisted just because I didn't know what they were. Hillary Clinton was trying to do it because they don't want people to go there and live like a Filipino. They just want rich tourists to go there and be a pervert, to be honest with you. That's the only kind they want. Going there is a rich pervert. So I was over there living with my friends like a Christian Filipino, farming around and stuff, and they blacklisted me out of there, out of the Philippines. So then I started living in Thailand. Yeah. Then I started living in Thailand and visiting Thailand. I loved it. It was easier. Thailand is easier, better set up. King Bhumibol was a great king, and he loved the people of the world who wanted to come there and visit the Thai people.
I see. Wow. Very cool.
Brian Beletic is living in Bangkok now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've read a lot of his work.
You know, you've heard of Brian Beletic. He's living in Thailand, living the life, living the dream.
All right. Well, very good. Well, anything else?
Amen. Thank you so much for I want to thank you so much for letting me get on because Tennessee's a tough place. Like I said, even up to the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. With me trying to teach those poor kids in Memphis, I had the Klan on me. You know, the Klan got on me.
Oh, wow.
And so that goes up to a guy that's in the state government right now.
Oh, you seem to have frozen there,
I just
Chandler.
have one more chance to tell you. I mean, I suffered a gay bashing. They're trying to pretend I'm gay. So
Oh,
it's good that I can just put my voice out there and my look and my voice that I'm not gay. But yeah, I suffered a gay bashing,
oh
and
man.
Tennessee is mean. Tennessee is mean, mean.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I wish you the best on your
Yes,
campaign.
thank you for letting me say.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
anytime.
I probably will run again in 2026.
Okay, well, if you do have a campaign, please contact me. We'll do a whole interview about your upcoming campaign. That'll be great. So I'm really glad you came on.
Thanks very much for that. Thanks for
Yeah, are
that,
you
sir.
a friend of our member Jeff Young in Kentucky?
Uh, I don't know about him. I haven't met
Oh,
Jeff Young in Kentucky,
okay, he's like you in a way. He
but I
runs
could
anti-war.
try.
Yeah, he runs anti-war campaigns in a red state in Kentucky. He's run for Congress a few times. So yeah, he's similar to you in that way. Do you run on the Democratic or Republican ticket, or do you run as an independent?
I ran as a Democrat when I got over 65,000 votes in 2016. I
Nice.
knew a guy here locally who was a Democrat, and he helped me. I was running unopposed, as it turned out, and Marsha Blackburn was running unopposed as the Republican. And so I ended up with over 65,000 votes, and that's a lot of votes. So I ran as independent since then and got 29,000 votes. In 2024, I got 29,000 votes as an independent, I was very thankful to the people who voted for me.
That's
But
great.
yeah, I'm running as the independent now, and that's what I would be in 2026, running against Haggerty, big right wing guy who got caught in that scam with 8 other senators trying to line their own pockets, and it was against Trump. Trump's the one who outed him. That's the rift in the Republican Party. So I might be able to get in on that. I'd rather run away to Thailand, but if I'm here in USA, I'll be running.
All right. Well, we wish you the best of luck on your campaign, and we appreciate everything you do, and thanks. You sent a coffee a couple nights ago. Buy me a coffee, reaching out, which we appreciate, and it sounds like you're part of our internet community here. So, are you in the chat? Do you have a name in the chat?
Just Chandler. I go by Chandler, and there used to be a lot more men named Chandler, but I'm one of the only ones left. So just Chandler. I go by Chandler.
All right. Well, best of luck in your campaign, and sounds like you got a great message. Thank you, Chandler. Good to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Yep. That was great. We got to meet Chandler, who's running for office in Tennessee. It's very interesting. He doesn't know Jeff Young, but we have a member, Jeff Young, in Kentucky, who also runs anti-war campaigns in the red state of Kentucky. And that's Chandler, who runs a red anti-war campaign in the red state of Tennessee, not too far from there. So there we go. All right. Well, listen, we are going to take a little bit of a break. But before we go, I do want to remind you all of a couple things. First things first. We are going to be having a big CPI gathering in New Jersey on January 11th to kick off the new year. So please come to our gathering. This is the link. You can register. It's at a hotel near the Newark airport. There's going to be a buffet. It's going to be just a great gathering in the state of New Jersey to kick off the new year and get us ready to organize and build. I'll put the poster on the screen. It's going to be really, really great. Good number of people are registered already. We're going to give out awards to different people, different people from our organization and people that I know, like, people in our community, so yeah, that's going to be an important gathering coming up in New Jersey. So we would like you all to be there at that. Also, if you have any questions you would like to send, you can buy me a coffee, or you can cash at me. Buy me a coffee is the best way to send them. So I'll put that on the screen. Buy me a coffee is a great way to send questions. And if you want to do what Chandler just did, first of all, send questions, buy me a coffee, Caleb Mappa. That's the best way to send questions. I think a couple people have already sent questions, if I'm not mistaken. And then the other thing is, if you want to be part of this, join the stream. We've got the link. I put it on Facebook. I put it, it's at the top of the the video on YouTube, just join, right? Just come on like Chandler did, right? Great to meet people from our community. You got to show your face. That is the rule. You do have to show your face, so, and all of that, but that's the way it works. So listen, I'm going to put on some music. This is a Christmas song called Here We Come A-Wassailing. It's a joyous Christmas song. Here We Come A-Wassailing. So if I can just find it, Here We Come A-Wassailing. I downloaded it. So where is it? Hold on. Here We Come A-Wassailing. Right. This is one of those happier Christmas songs. It's about spending time with your family and the holidays. And yeah, I'm just trying to find the video here. So yeah, hold on. All right. For some reason, I have to export it, which is very strange, but that's okay. I'm exporting the video. Don't know why it's making me do that. And then we'll put on Here We Come A-Wassailing. And then we'll continue with the stream. We're about at 1 hour. So yeah, very good. I don't know why it doesn't want to. Oh, maybe it's all right. Video. Here we go. Here We Come A-Wassailing.
Among the leaves so green, here we come a-wandering, so fair to be seen. Love and joy come to you, and to you your wassail too. And God bless you and send you a happy new year. And God send you a happy new year. We are not daily beggars and beg from door to door, but we are neighbors, children whom you have seen before. Love and joy come to you, come to you, your wassail to your wassail to us. Love and joy come to you, love and joy come to you, you are happy to you. Come of the butler of this house, put on his golden ring. Let him bring us up a glass of beer, and better we shall sing. Love and joy comes and joy comes to you, your wassail, your wassail to you, and send you a happy new year. And God send you a happy new year. Bless the master of this house, the mistress also, and all the little children that round the table go, and all the kin and kids folk that dwell both far and near. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Love and joy come to you, and to you your wassail too. And God bless you and send you a happy new year. And God send you a happy new year. A-wassailing, here we come, here we
Yeah, that is a joyous Christmas song. Here We Come A-Wassailing. We are not simple beggars who beg from door to door, but we're your neighbor's children whom you have seen before. So yeah, so listen, I am just going to keep going on here just like I always do. We're 1 hour and 8 minutes into it, right? We're going to do another 3 hours so I can do 8 hours like I like to do on the holidays, my holiday tradition of doing 8 hours. If you'd like to join the stream, there's a link to join the stream. Here's the link once again. It's on my Facebook. It's on the YouTube at the top of the chat. It's pinned. But if you'd like to join the stream, that's the link. Come on, give me a piece of your mind. So now we're going to talk about one of my favorite movies. It's a classic movie made years before I was born, but it's a really good movie. And it is considered one of the first teen movies, right? Teen movies can be an interesting genre. That's a whole nother thing to talk about, teen movies. But this was one of the first teen movies ever made, 1955. I'm going to put the trailer on. This is James Dean, Rebel Without a Cause, starring James Dean. Here we go.
Eh? I'm in trouble. Jim, what happened? What kind of trouble are you in?
Jim Stark, things pretty rough for you at home?
They think that I can make friends.
Your folks didn't understand.
They never do.
He made a mistake, and he's sorry. He's always a lovely boy.
Grandmother, you tell one more lie, and you're gonna get turned to stone.
He a friend of yours? What's he like?
I don't know. He doesn't say much.
You know the Millertown Bluff? We'll have a little chickie around here.
I don't want you to go to the police. There were other people. Why should you be the only one involved?
But I am involved. We are all involved. I don't see how I can get out of this by pretending that it didn't happen.
Jim, a foolish decision now could wreck your whole life.
You're tearing me apart.
A real man doesn't run away when you want them.
You see right through me, don't you? If I had one day when I felt that I belonged someplace, if I didn't have to feel that I was ashamed of everything.
Just once, I want to do something right.
Yeah, that's not the original trailer. That must be like a trailer promoting a new release, a re-release of it. But it's a classic Hollywood film. And actually, one of the first times I went to Los Angeles, it wasn't the first time, but at one point I went out to LA and I made a point of visiting Griffith Observatory because that's a big central part of the film. The climax of the film and some other scenes in the film take place at Griffith Observatory, which is a giant telescope where they have a planetarium in Los Angeles. It's kind of a cultural iconic scene. It's in that movie. It's an updated trailer for real. It's in that movie. It's also in the movie La La Land. It's a little more recent, but I visited Griffith Observatory, which is quite a hike. You can actually walk up to Griffith Observatory, but it's a very long trek up to the top of the hill to see Griffith Observatory, and it's actually not that big of a place. It's pretty small, but Griffith Observatory. But Rebel Without a Cause the teen movies were not a thing, right? In the 50s, they didn't make teen movies, right? They did have children's movies like cartoons, right? Disney was starting to do their thing. They had children's movies, and they had normal adult films that were not adult films. They were just films that were aimed for an adult audience. But in the 50s, they started doing teen movies. One of the first teen movies they ever made was that one you just saw the clip of, which is Rebel Without a Cause. And the film is about juvenile delinquency. And it's actually a very much a Freudian wank, if you could ever have one. They picked like 3 different archetypes, Freudian archetypes, and they made them characters. Natalie Wood is the female star. James Dean is the male star, and Sal Mineo is the like supporting male star. And one very interesting fact about the film, and that I find to be fascinating, is that you know, at the time the film was going on, right? Obviously, homosexuality was considered to be a very taboo thing. It was not discussed. It was illegal in most states. It was considered mental illness or whatever. James Dean was bisexual, and Sal Mineo, his co-star, was gay. And James Dean and Sal Mineo started having an affair during the film. And nobody knew this at the time, but when the movie came out, there was a lot of outrage in the press because they said that Sal Mineo's character, who goes by the name Plato, who's this kind of like nerdy intellectual kid who ends up dying tragically. Oh, I gave the movie's ending away, whatever. There's a lot of outrage in the press because people said, well, Sal Mineo's character is obviously a homosexual and he's got a homosexual crush on James Dean. That wasn't in the script. But James Dean and Sal Mineo were having an affair, and Sal Mineo was in love with James Dean and was having an affair with James Dean. And so even though that wasn't in the script, the way Sal Mineo's character looked at James Dean reflected the fact that they were actually in love, and it created a scandal in the media. They assumed that was intentional on the part of the screenwriters, and that they had made a film with a homosexual main character in it. But that hadn't been their intention at all. You know, they you know, and it was, a lot of people were upset. They said Sal Mineo's character is playing a gay kid who's got a crush on James Dean. That wasn't in the script at all. It wasn't in the script at all, and I find that to be fascinating. But yeah, Sal Mineo's character is supposed to be like a socially awkward, isolated, kind of tragic, but also cruel, murderous kid, right? You know, James Dean's character is supposed to be, a kid who is like angry because he sees his mother emasculating his father all the time. His father's a weak man, and I mean, this is all very Freudian. And then Natalie Wood feels rejected by her father, right? She feels that her father doesn't love her, and she feels rejected by her father, and that's Natalie Wood's character, and it's very interesting. It's not the way we would portray characters now in films, right? And I'm sure there's been millions of gender studies critiques of the films and all that. Obviously, nowadays, if we were making a film about kids, right, about high school kids that break the law, we wouldn't portray it this way. But in that movie, right, they picked like a criminal archetype of a young juvenile delinquent and gave the Freudian psychoanalysis of them, right? That the Plato character, Plato, played by Sal Mineo, who's like, the film starts out with he killed a bunch of innocent puppies, and that he's like a psychopath, basically. He's a psychopath, but the reason he's a psychopath is the parents don't take care of him, and he's being raised by a nanny, basically, by a black woman who's like his nanny, and his parents are in other countries. They're not even taking care of him, and so he feels kind of unwanted and unappreciated, and he's also got this murderous rage, and he's kind of like a psychopath, kind of. James Dean's character is the young man who's got something to prove, right? And he feels that his masculinity is in question. He gets into a lot of fistfights and all of that. And it's motivated by the fact that his father, the mother, tears apart the father verbally all the time in front of him. And he's hurt seeing his father treated that way, and he doesn't want to be perceived as not a real man, and so he gets into knife fights at school. Whenever anyone calls him chicken, he has to get into a fight with them or whatever. It's all very interesting, right? And this is classic 1950s Hollywood. 1955, Stalin has already died. The secret speech of Khrushchev happens the next year, and McCarthyism is starting to break, and there's a lot of interesting writing going on at the time, right? That's Dr. Spock wrote his book Baby and Childcare. Baby and Childcare, which is, it's very interesting. So the book Baby and Childcare by Dr. Spock, it came out in the 1950s. And it's like it was basically required reading. And it's kind of interesting, right? If you ever go to the house, I mean, anytime I went to a house of anyone like from my grandparents' generation, it was on the shelf, right? It was practically required reading. Dr. Benjamin Spock was this American psychologist, and he wrote this book, and it was everywhere. What year did Baby and Child Care by Dr. Benjamin Spock come out? What year did Baby and Child Care Benjamin Spock get published? What year did it get published? 1946. So right as the baby boom was happening, right? All these people are coming home from World War II. They have kids. And it was just, I don't know why. I mean, I feel like they must have just been giving this book out for free or something. That book was everywhere. And I remember I got my hands on a copy of that book. My grandmother, of course, had a copy because she had my parents, my mother, when she was, in the 50s. And I remember reading it, and I was shocked by reading Baby and Child Care by Dr. Benjamin Spock, because one of the things it says is that doing drugs is normal. And I grew up in the 90s in the age of, DARE and all this. And I remember there's a chapter about doing drugs, and it says it's totally normal for teenagers to use drugs. And I was just like, what? And I was just blown away. And it says it's normal. Teenagers use drugs. It's normal. It happens. No big deal. And I was like, what in the world is this? I sat through so many lectures of police officers telling us to report our parents if they smoked pot, and oh my goodness, that I was a kid in the 90s in the height of drug hysteria. And it said, drug use is kind of a normal phase for a teenager. And actually, until the 80s, that was kind of the attitude, right? In the 50s to the 80s, that was kind of the attitude. And then you had the rise of drug culture starting in the early 60s and really escalating into the late 60s with MK Ultra. And it wasn't really until the late 70s, you had the blowback and the war on drugs, that suddenly this attitude that if you use drugs, you're a criminal, you need to be locked up, that was a big culture shift. I remember reading 1946. I remember reading at my grandmother's house, Baby and Child Care, and it says using drugs is perfectly normal. It also says that teenagers have sex, which they do, right? I mean, they do, right? Everybody knows that. And it says basically teenagers have sex, and it might be wrong and all that, but it happens, right? And again, that was also a very, very controversial thing, and again, so I grew up in the age of abstinence only education, right? I got abstinence only education, all that, but it was kind of, Dr. Spock wasn't saying kids should have sex. He was just saying they do, right? And people knew that they do also. And he basically was saying, yeah, they do. And they shouldn't, but they might. And, it's not the end of the world if they do it, but, it's dangerous. They could get an STD. It was kind of basic. The other thing is that, Dr. Spock said, don't spank your children. Right. And he said it very gently in like a couple paragraphs. He said, basically, hitting your kids, not such a good idea. And that was, of course, very, very controversial at the time. That offended a lot of people at the time. But, Dr. Spock, he wrote this book, Baby and Child Care, which was just like mass distributed in the United States. Like, I swear, any greatest generation parent that I ever met, it was on their shelf because it was just practically required reading. But middle America was very offended by the book, considered it to be an attack on their values. Right. One of the points that Dr. Spock made in the book that I thought was actually a very good point, was he said that, parents need to remember your job is to keep your child from getting in trouble with the law. I thought that was a good point. He said, if your child is getting in trouble with the law, you have failed as a parent, and he said, and he makes that point, like, your job as a parent is to make sure your child is not a juvenile delinquent, is not breaking the law. And, if your child is breaking the law, don't just go on and on about how bad they are. That's you. You messed up as a parent if your child is breaking the law. And your job as a parent is not just to be a stern judge of your child when they do break the law. Your job, or when your child is, doing badly in school, or your child is misbehaving, your job is to actually get your child to act right. And that's on you. I thought that was a very profound point that he made in the book. I remember reading that and saying, wow, there's a lot of parents in my neighborhood, in my community, that could learn that, right? That, if you're going around as a parent going, my kid sucks, my kid is breaking the law, my kid gets bad grades, my kid's always misbehaving, you shouldn't be, all you're saying is I've messed up, right? And that's what he said in the book. And I thought that was a profound point as well, and that a lot of people missed that. So I don't know. I thought when I read the Boomer classic, Baby and Childcare, on the one hand, I was shocked at how liberal it was, because I had always assumed, right, as a kid in the 90s, I was always hearing about the good old 1950s before anyone ever did anything bad. I always assumed that we got more and more liberal as society went on. We got more and more conservative the further back you went. But I remember when I read Dr. Spock, I was like, this is pretty, you know, this is pretty, liberal, compared to what I was growing up with, right? And that the culture had shifted, and so I remember that. And that's that movie, Rebel Without a Cause. That's very much, there was another book that was kind of a best-selling book during those years. And it was called Growing Up Absurd, right? Growing Up Absurd. And that was like a best-selling book during these years. And I remember it was published in 1960, and it was about juvenile delinquency. Growing Up Absurd. And it was about 5 years after that movie, but it was about like why is it that young people are engaging in criminal behavior more often. And I remember reading that. So yeah, I don't know. I wanted to share that is one of my favorite movies, Rebel Without a Cause, starring James Dean. It's a very sad movie, it's a very tragic movie, and it's also very outdated. I would say its psychological approach is not the way anybody talks about those issues nowadays. I mean, the Natalie Wood character, it's like, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, the Natalie Wood, you could read it, and some people do read the Natalie Wood character now as they say, well, she's being sexually abused. And that would make sense. But the way it kind of looks in the film is this teenage girl is in love with her father, and her father is not returning her romance, and so she's become a slut, basically. That's what the film is kind of like, and that's like, what the hell is that? But some people watch the film now and they read it as she's being sexually abused, which is very interesting. But that's not how the film was portraying it. The Sal Mineo character, some people read a racial element into it, basically. And that, Sal Mineo is Italian, right? He's an Italian American, and he's much darker skinned, and his nanny is a black woman who's taking care of him. And his parents aren't around. And some people read a racial undertone into that. Like, the dark-skinned guy is the evil, kind of murderous, but kind of tragically sad, lonely psychopath, right? And he's got this black woman who's his nanny who takes care of him, and they're the dark one, literally dark-skinned and also evil. People read that into it as well. So I don't know. It's very interesting. Sal Mineo actually was gay. James Dean was bisexual. And Natalie Wood was the star of the film. She was kind of the female star of the film. And the knife fight in the movie is very famous. The knife fight is considered a famous scene where out in front of Griffith Observatory, the teenagers are in their leather jackets with their cars, and they pull their knives out, and they fight, right? James Dean says at one point to one of the bullies, he says, "I thought only punks fought with knives." Right. And then there's the chicken race. That's very famous, right? Where they're in the stolen cars, they're like racing towards the edge of the cliff. That's very famous. The game of chicken. It's an important cultural film. I would recommend, if you are interested in American history and American culture and the psychology and the way people fought in different times, I would recommend watching Rebel Without a Cause, starring James Dean, because it will give you kind of an insight into how people talked about issues. Nowadays, it's funny. Nowadays, there's a lot of interest in topics, and we talk about them completely differently, right? People listen to Jordan Peterson for hours, right? There's this huge explosion of interest in Jordan Peterson, the psychologist who helps young men and all of that. Go watch Rebel Without a Cause and listen to Jordan Peterson, and you'll see night and day. It's just completely different the way we talk about these issues, right? The way we talk about these things, is just completely different than it used to be. People just don't talk about these issues the same way. We've changed a lot. And also what I find to be interesting is how we think of the 50s as conservative. But as I just told you about with Dr. Spock and all of that, there is some very edgy liberal thought in there that would be kind of controversial even today. So I don't know. That's one thing I wanted to talk to you all about, was just one of my favorite movies. What else can we talk about today? Let me add, while I'm thinking about what's next on my list to talk about, I'm going to remind you all that if you'd like to join the stream, there's a link to join the stream. There's a link join the stream. Here's the link. So you can hop on like Chandler just did and give me a piece of your mind, share your thoughts. So there's that. There's also, and if you'd like to send a question for me to talk about something, you can send questions, Cash App 22, or buy me a coffee, Caleb Maupin 22 on the Cash App, or you can buy me a coffee. Those are ways to send questions. And I do want to remind you all that we are having an event coming up in New Jersey. It's going to be a great event. A lot of our CPI people are coming to town. It's going to be a really amazing gathering. And I hope that you will be there. And if you're coming, please go ahead and register. Please go ahead and register for the event. It's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, that's going to be great. It's going to be very, very good. So I hope that you will join us. I hope you will join us. So yeah, why don't I put on another clip real quick? I need to take a quick bathroom break. I also need to, to figure out what I'm going to say next. So why don't I figure out, I'll put on some kind of clip, a song or something like that. Here, why don't we put on the Ballad of Joe Stalin? All right, here we got the Ballad of Joe Stalin by Ewan McCool, the beloved British folk singer, honoring Stalin for his industrialization and building up of the Soviet Union. And then we'll be back. And if anyone wants to join the stream or send a question, feel free, and we'll just keep going, right? We're doing an all-day mega stream. This is the second half. Merry, Merry Christmas 2025. Here we go.
Oh, Stalin was a mighty man, and a mighty man was he. He led the Soviet people on the road to victory. All through the revolution, he fought at Lenin's side, and they made a combination till the day that Lenin died. He said, come all you people, we must work with brain and hand. And then one day the Nazis came into the Soviet land. They plundered to the Volga, to Stalingrad. And then Joe Stalin said, come on, me boys, and kicked them out again. Oh, Stalin was a southerner, in Georgia he was born, where the oranges grow thick and fast and fields of waving corn. And Stalin is a farmer, his fingers they are green, and he has planted the biggest crop the world has ever seen. One day he looked upon the map and frowned and shook his head. There's too much brown and not enough green, these were the words he said. We'll have to change the weather, boys, he said, and then he smiled. So let's begin by planting trees along 3,000 miles. So Stalin rolled his sleeves up then and said it's time to start. The Volga River and the Don, they are too far apart. I think we'd better join them, so come and help me, pal, and we'll build a mighty waterway, the Volga-Don Canal. Then Stalin went into the north, and there saw rivers three, all emptying their waters into the polar sea. Now that's not right, Joe Stalin said, these rivers, they are ours. We'll turn them round and make them work and make electric power. There was a range of mountains that were standing in the way, so Stalin put his hand out and smoothed them all away. For Joe, he is determined to make the land all green, and that's the biggest project that the world has ever seen. Oh, Stalin is a mighty man, and he has a mighty plan. He's harnessed nature to the plow to work for the good of man. He's hammered out the future, the fortune he has seen, and he's made the worker state the best the world has ever seen.
All righty. Glad you all liked that. So let's talk about Stalin a little bit, right? Let's talk about Stalin, because Stalin is somebody that everybody thinks they're an expert on and knows nothing about, absolutely nothing about. For example, right? It's a common phrase that I hear people say, right? Stalin killed more people than Hitler. I hear this all the time. People say this as if it's a fact. Stalin killed more people than Hitler. And the first question you need to ask is how? How did he kill these people? Who did he kill? How did Stalin kill more people than Hitler? And the next thing people will say is they'll say they don't know. They have no idea. And if they know something, if they know a little bit, they'll say, well, the gulags, Caleb. Most people who went to gulags survived. The gulags were not death camps. The gulags were prison camps. They were awful. They never should have existed. I mean, the conditions of the Soviet Union was awful. I'm not going to defend gulags and say they were good, but most of the people who went to those labor camps survived. So yeah, that wasn't true. That's, and the population of the gulags was in the hundreds of thousands. It was never in the millions. So if Stalin is accused, you're saying, of killing more people than Hitler. And Hitler killed 14 million people in the Holocaust and is also responsible for many, many more deaths in World War II. So how do hundreds of thousands of people in gulags, most of whom who lived, lead to that conclusion? It just doesn't, doesn't work, right? So just say gulags, no, wrong. And then people who know a little bit more, they'll say, well, it was the Holodomor, the famine in Ukraine. Well, what is a famine? A famine is when there's a shortage of food. That's what a famine is. Now, a famine means that there was a food shortage, and Hitler rounded up people on the basis of their race, put them on trains, took those trains to places where they had gas chambers, and gassed people to death on the basis of their race. So you're telling me that a famine is the same thing as that? That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't work. That's not how these things work, right? That a famine is not the same. Having a food shortage is not the same as rounding up people on the basis of their race and exterminating them. And then people say, well, the famine was genocide. Oh, how was the famine genocide when it happened to people other than Ukrainians? Happened to Moldovans, happened to Russians. There were famines all the time before Stalin, right? Before the Soviet Union, there were famines every day practically, right? There were famines all the time. In fact, it was the Soviet Union that brought tractors to the countryside, that mechanized agriculture. It was the Soviet Union that built the modern farming system of Russia. So you're telling me that the guy who built the modern farming system and made it so famines didn't happen every year is a genocidal mass murder, because in the process of doing that, there was, this doesn't add up. This doesn't add up. The communists ended the famines and built a modern country. Under Stalin's leadership, the Soviet Union became an industrial superpower. And, Ukraine in particular. Stalin built the world's largest hydroelectrical power plant in Ukraine at the time, the Great Dnieper Dam. That was Stalin who electrified Ukraine. It was Stalin who built the farming systems of Ukraine. It was Stalin who industrialized Ukraine. This is not accurate. You can be critical of this. You can say that some of their policies and how they rapidly collectivized agriculture, how they went from peasant, enrich yourself, promoting small farming, to liquidate the kulaks as a class and building collective farms. It was sloppy. Yeah, that's a fair point. But that's not genocide. That's not mass murder. That's not rounding up people on the basis of their race and exterminating them. What did I lie about? Right? I don't generally engage with trolls, but what did I lie about, punks? What did I say here that's not true? Right? And you're accusing me of lying. Where am I lying? Right? How did I lie? Revisionism. Again, what am I saying that's false? Right? Just because you don't agree with something, and this is what people like this person do all the time, right? I'm saying something that goes against what you're allowed to believe, what mainstream media tells people to believe, what you learn in college and all of that. I'm debunking it here with facts. And you're saying I'm lying. How am I lying? What did I say that was wrong? That's on you, right? And, the response you often get from a person like this is they'll say, well, that's just your opinion. No, I'm stating facts. Now, these facts could be wrong. It's not an opinion, right? I'm stating facts, and my facts could be incorrect. But just saying, well, that's your opinion doesn't change it. You have offered no point in contention. And this is what people that are appealing to the mainstream narrative often do, right? You agree with the mainstream media, And so you don't feel a need to debunk anything I'm saying. You just throw out, oh, this is a lie. This is revisionism. Again, what am I saying it's wrong? Are you contending that Stalin did have gas chambers? That Stalin did gas people to death on the basis of their race? I've never seen that even alleged by anti-communists. Are you claiming that the Soviet Union was fully industrialized and they had tractors in the countryside before Stalin showed up, that he didn't fully mechanize agriculture? Is that what you're saying? Where am I wrong? That Stalin is the guy who built the modern farming system and cured the famines, right? There you go. Now, Red Bar, this is another troll. Now, Red Bar is this guy who is like a comedian on the internet. And he sends people into people's chats and they like leave comments like somebody's watching you, and all that. And it's like a joke, like to make fun of their reaction. And they've done this to me a few times and it's really silly. But anyway, I'm back to this 1984 guy. Again, he doesn't feel a need to debunk anything I've said. So you're claiming that I'm wrong, and you're claiming that I'm wrong, and because I'm wrong, so tell me where I'm wrong. Was the Soviet Union industrialized before Stalin or not? Did Stalin electrify Ukraine, building the world's largest power plant in Ukraine or not? Are you claiming that there weren't hundreds of thousands of people in gulags? Are you claiming that the gulags actually had gas chambers in them and they exterminated people on the basis of their race? Like the claim that Stalin is worse than Hitler, it does not match. It does not match reality, right? And it doesn't match the accusations, right? Even if you buy their accusations, right? Even if you buy their very extreme accusations, it doesn't match. Stalin was an authoritarian leader who took the Soviet Union from being an impoverished agrarian country and made it an industrial superpower and a country that was militarily strong enough to repel a Nazi invasion. And one of the largest armies in the world, the Nazi army, invaded the Soviet Union, and Stalin led the Soviet people to drive them out and then to reindustrialize their country, right? So again, I'm waiting for you to disprove anything I said. Right. And no, I'm not just calling you a troll. I did just list a bunch of things. And you haven't debunked anything I've said. You just said that I'm lying. You haven't offered one shred of evidence or one counter argument to anything I've said. Right. And that's my point, is because you agree with the mainstream media and because you're just appealing to orthodoxy. Right. You don't feel a need to even make any arguments. Right. You can just say that I'm wrong. And I mean, what I said, everything I've said so far is true. The gulags had hundreds of thousands of people in them, not millions. And the hundreds of thousands of people, most of them lived. I could repeat my arguments, but I didn't say anything wrong, and I'm not just calling you a troll. I am debunking your arguments. And, there you go. But anyway, so Stalin, right? He takes the USSR from being a backward, impoverished country to being an industrial superpower, right? And that's pretty cool, right? So, you're the last person to agree with mainstream. Well, you're saying what everyone believes, and this is one thing I really do find interesting. So you named some right-wing thinker that you listen to, who you consider to be not right-wing, right? And this is a really big point that I think needs to be pointed out, right? Is that a lot of people on the right now, everything mainstream media tells us is wrong. Mainstream media lies. They lied to get us into war with Russia. They lied to get us into a war with Iraq. The mainstream media is always lying, except everything they tell us about Stalin and communism is 100% true. How does that work? Right. And that is a big flaw in a lot of the thinking. And I'm working on this, right? I am trying to learn not to be ultra sensitive to anti-communism, because at this point, when people are talking about communism, they're not even talking about what I'm talking about, right? They're talking about woke people. But, there is this, it's like woke people, they say, are communists, which they are not. And then they're the same as Stalin, which they are not. And then we just go back to the standard, Stalin killed millions of people. Well, you do realize that Stalin and the Soviet Union were the geopolitical rivals of the United States in the Cold War, right? And the USA lied to get us into the Vietnam War against people that were aligned with Stalin, like Ho Chi Minh. The USA lied to get us into a war with Russia and to do the Ukraine conflict now. So why were they telling the truth about why is this narrative we get of Stalin that doesn't even just add up to basic facts, right? That Stalin is this mass murdering monster worse than Hitler. I mean, I'm waiting for why must that be true when it doesn't even stand up to basic facts? With Hitler, it's all pretty straightforward. Right? It's pretty basic. Rounds up people on the basis of their race, kills them. Stalin did what? He had prison camps in the USSR. Well, that's bad. It's awful. A lot of innocent people ended up in them. That was horrible. But that's not the same as gassing millions of people on the basis of their race, right? Especially when most of the people survived. Like, there was a famine under Stalin's leadership. Awful. Shouldn't have happened. But Stalin's the guy who cured the famines. Stalin's the guy who brought tractors to the countryside. So I'm not seeing how that's the same as Hitler. And if you look at what the Soviet Union was before Stalin and what Stalin made it into, I think Isaac Deutscher, who was an anti-communist, he wrote an obituary for Stalin in, I think, the New York Times, the Times of London. And he said Stalin found Russia with horse-drawn plows and he left it with atomic piles. If you look at what the Soviet Union became under Stalin's leadership, an entire country went from third world conditions to being a global superpower. The Soviet Union, in a very, very short time, rose up from nothing. That's unprecedented. And I mean, that took strength of leadership, and it was the strength of having a centrally planned economy. And it is this reality that, in a way, has almost been my my poison pill or my red pill or whatever you want to call it, honestly, because that has defined so much of my life. Right, is discovering at a young age that what everyone told me about communism and what everybody knew about communism was not true. I made this little clip the other day, right? I was doing an interview with somebody and, and it was years ago. And I just made this, like, it's less than a minute, but it's like a basic point. One of the biggest pet peeves of mine is there's a meme I've seen many times, and it's like it has a picture of an iPhone. It's like, someone with an iPhone, how can they believe in socialism? iPhone's the proof of the greatness of capitalism. The first mobile phone in history was actually patented in 1957 by Leonid Kaprianovich in the Soviet Union. First satellite, right? If your phone uses satellites for GPS, the first satellite ever launched into orbit was Sputnik, also from the Soviet Union. And if you look at some of the greatest phones, the most efficient phones today are being created by Huawei Technologies, which is technically a private company that's directed by the Chinese government. It's technically a cooperative, like a worker cooperative under Chinese law, but it's basically a wing of the Chinese military. And they make smartphones that are much more efficient. So that meme is just completely bunk. I mean, it just depends on people's ignorance. Yeah. And it's just like the fact that I saw all over the internet, thousands of people tweeting out, oh, you have an iPhone. You could never have an iPhone without capitalism. That's just not true, right? And for three pretty clear reasons. One, the Soviet Union made the first mobile phone in 1957, Leonid Kaprianovich. Two, if your phone uses satellites, it was the Soviet Union that invented satellites, Sputnik. Three, even today, the best smartphones are made by Huawei Technologies, which is a state-controlled company that functions basically as a wing of the Chinese military and the Chinese planned economy. So this claim that just broadcast everywhere. Oh, you can never have an iPhone without capitalism. Anyone has an iPhone, like, that's just very, very easily debunked. Some things are true and some things are not. And this claim that, you have an iPhone, well, you could never have an iPhone without free market capitalism. That's not true. But people say dumb things like this, and nobody challenges them. And it's amazing to see there's no rebuttal. And the rebuttal that existed, I saw two rebuttals. One was a rebuttal by Jacobin magazine. They wrote an article, and the article did not mention any Soviet achievements. None. Right? It was their response to the capitalism major iPhone. They didn't mention any Soviet achievements. They just talked about how, well, government funds scientific research. That was all they said. And then a bunch of people tweeted it was workers who made your iPhone. Workers made the iPhone. And that's actually a non sequitur argument because the workers made it working for a capitalist boss who was trying to sell it and make a profit. So that's not even a secular, and it's what amazes me is about, especially when it comes to anything related to Russia or China or communism or the Cold War, they don't just control the narrative, they control the rebuttal, right? And that is one aspect of America that has never failed to blow my mind. It has taken me years to really understand the levels of control they have over discourse. But, they arranged, the people that control the narrative. On the one hand, it goes viral. Capitalism made your iPhone, right? And if you could never have an iPhone without capitalism, on the one hand. And then they made the response go viral. And they made sure Jacobin Magazine gets all kinds of funding from Israel, right? Jacobin Magazine, the big socialist magazine on the internet that hates all the socialist countries, is funded by Israel. And it's funded by the Jewish Communal Fund. Actually, Ben Norton revealed that. It's funded by a Zionist lobby foundation, right? And they managed to do a rebuttal that never mentioned that the most obvious debunking of that claim, because they can't ever say anything good about the Soviet Union, right? Or they'll lose their Zionist funding, and then on top of that, Twitter makes the response that's an idiotic non sequitur. Workers made your cell phone. Well, that doesn't matter. That's not an argument, right? It's brilliant, and here I am saying what should be the most obvious rebuttal to that point, just the basic facts about actually Soviet inventions are key in, iPhone technology. Nobody makes that point, right? And this is the game that they played. They have created entities, Joe Sims, right? Do we still have the clip of Joe Sims here, right? Joe Sims, right? From the Communist Party, where the Mamdani clip of Joe Sims is just classic, where, they ask him, it's like they have arranged who their opposition is, right? And they've arranged who the opposition will be to make sure the opposition talks the way they want to talk. And nobody says, it's like the emperor has no clothes. And this is why I got to be, you do realize that Stalin. So here we go. How many Christians did Stalin put in the gulags? Did you know Stalin and Lenin were both Freemasons? Freemasons ban communists, punks. Did you know that? Actually, that's one of the rules for being a Freemason. You are not allowed to be a communist. The Freemasons forbid Communist Party membership. You can't be a communist and be a Freemason. That's the first thing. So, whatever conspiracy, like that's some Illuminati nonsense you got, number one. Number two, no one has built more churches in the history of the USSR than Stalin. And in fact, it's widely believed all over the former USSR that Stalin was a Christian. He was not, according to most sources. But, many people in the former USSR believe that Stalin was a Christian, and he brought back and legalized the Russian Orthodox Church. I will show you. That widely in the former USSR, especially since the special military operation got going, you will find people who present Stalin in this way. This is an actual photo. This isn't fake, right? There are people that have Stalin with a halo around his head, and they believe, they believe that Stalin was a religious figure who saved the nation. So your point there that they're Freemasons, I don't know what that has to do with anything, right? Freemasonry, is this. But yeah, Stalin was an atheist, but Stalin built more churches than any other leader and is widely believed to have been a Christian and legalized the Russian Orthodox Church. So your argument is bunk there, right? And the Freemason thing is ridiculous. Why do you care what my religion is? I am a Protestant as well, just like you, but why does that matter? We're talking about the history of Russia and the Soviet Union. And now you want to know what my religion is? Why does that matter? Right? I could be anything, right? People that you might disagree with on religious points, might be right? I could be a Hindu or a Buddhist and still say true things. And the Freemasonry was, what is Freemasonry? Let's talk about this, right? Because this is a big point of contention, right? Masonry was a secret society that was formed at the time that feudalism was being overthrown by capitalism. And the Catholic Church was the primary institution upholding feudalism. And, at the time, one couldn't go around promoting ideas that were considered heresy or in opposition to the Catholic Church. And so Masonry became a vehicle through which kind of prominent, wealthy men could form like secret clubs and discuss kind of Masonic ideas. And a lot of the founding fathers of the United States were Masons. Are you against the founding fathers? Right. A lot of the, and right now it's basically just a club. It's like a fraternity or whatever. But at one point, yes, it was an anti-Catholic institution, right? The Catholic Church and the Vatican condemned Masonry many times. And it was a big part of like European and Western culture in the 1800s, 1900s. In America, we had the Anti-Masonic Party. And it was basically, Masonry kind of promotes, I wouldn't call them atheists exactly, but kind of a universalism. They study the Quran, they study the Torah. They argue that the Catholic Church suppressed science, and they promote, kind of British Empire values or whatever. Masonry, right? Masonry is just, it's part of Western. It was part of the way the liberal Western capitalist ideology and the British Empire ideology became more popular and promoted themselves with this kind of club. And the longer you're in it, you move up in various degrees, right? You move, you're a master mason, you become Scottish Rite or Shriner. There's various degrees that you move up, right? The longer you're in it. And it's kind of a club for old men at this point. They raise money to build children's hospitals. They give scholarships to people. Like, it's just one of these kind of fraternal organizations that was formed primarily in English-speaking countries, but also in France and in Europe, that was there to promote kind of liberal, anti-Catholic, anti-feudalism, pro-capitalist values as capitalism was emerging from feudalism. That's what Masonry is. And they have a certain, it's like a fraternity. They have certain myths. They claim that they are descended from the Temple of Solomon. That's not true. The founding myth of Masonry, kind of interesting, is centered around a guy named Hiram Abuff, right? The founding story of Masonry, as they tell the story, there's a guy that they say was named Hiram Abuff, and he was one of the people who helped build the Temple of Solomon. And there was a secret code word that he knew. The other people that were building the temple knew, and he knew the secret code word, and he was kidnapped by two other guys, and they said, "You must tell us the secret code word or we'll kill you." And he refused to tell the secret code word, and he was killed. He was loyal to his brothers, the fellow Masons who built the temple, and he didn't tell them the code word, and so he was killed, and he maintained his loyalty to his brothers. That's the myth of Hiram Abuff. That's their founding story, which probably never happened. It's probably something they made up. It's a story. It's part of the Masonic story. One of their orders is called the Knights Templar, because the Crusades that were launched by the Catholic Church, right? Jerusalem, was under Muslim control, and so the Catholic Church launched the Crusades. There were many different crusades to fight against Muslims for control of Jerusalem. Many horrendous crimes against Islamic people by the Catholic Church during the Middle Ages. And there was a group of warrior monks that was created. It was a monastic order of monks who were chaste. They couldn't have sex, and they were Catholic monks who went and fought in the Crusades. They wore bright red crosses on their chests. They were called the Holy Crusaders, or the Knights Templar. And they went over to Jerusalem. They occupied Jerusalem. They killed a lot of Muslims. At the time, though, the Islamic world was experiencing the Islamic Enlightenment. We have the numbers that we use are the Arabic numerals, right? The Arabic numerals. They had great advances in geometry and astronomy and such. And so the Knights Templar were bringing that wisdom from the Middle East into Europe. And they were becoming, quite powerful, because they were bringing not only secrets and wisdom from the Middle East, but also supplies. They were bringing, Middle Eastern, like silk from the East and other things into Europe. And so the Catholic Church was threatened by them. And so the Knights Templar were burned at the stake, and they were widely accused of practicing witchcraft, and they were burned at the stake for heresy. And that was the end of the Knights Templar. The Masons have a level within Masonry called Knights Templar, because they tell that story And they claim that the Catholic Church was suppressing science and reason, and that's what they're against. And that's why they tell that story. Now, he says Crowley was a Mason. Now, who was Aleister Crowley? Aleister Crowley was an occultist in Britain, and he wrote novels, and he was one of these guys who entertained rich people. You know, and he was a guy, an English guy, you know, in like the 1800s, who you know, knew how to put on shows for rich people, and he eventually he started his own religion, which is called Thelema. And it's actually quite popular in libertarian circles. Do as thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. He was just kind of a guy who put on shows for rich people, basically. And he had this whole, you know, it's kind of very libertarian, you know, be selfish, do as thou wilt, you know, and you know, is this whole like kind of like, you know, through his religion, through his counseling, you would learn what your true inner will would be. And it was just kind of a religion, an occultist religion he invented for rich people in the 1800s. In the lead up to World War I, he was quite popular in the 1930s, and a lot of rich people knew who he was. And he drew heavily from Masonry, I'm sure, because he had kind of a secret society that he created, the OTO, the Order Templa Thelema, something like that. I forget what it's called, right? And it was kind of a religion he made to justify, centered around his occultist kind of neo-pagan and very, very individualist practice, right? That's Aleister Crowley. I don't think he was a particularly nice guy. If you read about the way he treated people that were his servants, the way he treated people, he was kind of a cruel individual. He comes across, if you read it, you know, like he went on an expedition to Nepal, and he would like beat and torture the Nepali people who carried his bags and stuff. He seems like kind of not a nice guy, right? But you know, but does it have anything to do with Masonry? No, not really. You know, and he was just an occultist in the 1800s, and a lot of rich people paid him money to help them discover their own true will, or do weird ceremonies where they had naked ladies laying on altars. And you know, that's one thing. See, I'll tell you this is about me. I grew up in a small town, right? And most of the people that I grew up around were evangelical Christians. My father has a master's degree in biology, and is somewhat of a skeptic, you could say, right? He's very skeptical of you know, creationism, very skeptical about a lot of things. So I grew up with I assumed that was the dichotomy, right? Was you had people that were deeply Christian and religious, and you had people that were skeptics, like my dad. I didn't really learn until I was in college that there's another layer of people that are not deeply religious, but are also not skeptical, right? Especially like for Roman Catholic teenage girls, it is almost expected that Roman Catholic teenage girls go through a Wiccan phase, where because the Catholic Church, women can't be priests, for example, birth control is not permitted, that it's almost normal for, you know, girls who grow up as Roman Catholics, whether they're Italian or Irish or Eastern European, just go to Barnes and Noble and buy a book on Wiccanism, to start, you know, lighting candles in their room and stuff like that. And it's just like a phase they go through. An interest in Wiccanism or kind of feministic paganism is almost a normal phase for teenage girls of Catholic faith to go through. And most of them grow out of it and go back to church when they get older, and, you know, whatever. But it's just part of what they go through. I didn't know that. I assumed that you were either a religious believer or you thought all superstition was stupid. But, you know, people, there's a lot of people that are not evangelical, not devoutly religious, but believe in things like ghosts, believe in things like reincarnation, believe in, you know, palm readers and divination. I didn't know that, right? I did not realize that. I did not realize that there was this other layer, and that was very fascinating to me. And I realized that that was kind of a blind spot that I had, because I had grown up, you know, the school I went to, we never had Harry Potter in the school library, because the evangelical religious folks considered Harry Potter to be witchcraft, right? You know, and so it was like, you know, anything that would be witchcraft would be completely forbidden in the area I grew up in. And, you know, the alternative I always assumed was just religious skepticism. But there's actually this other layer of not devoutly Christian or not devoutly religious, but also spiritual and interested in occult stuff, right? I did not know that that existed as much. And that's very much a part of suburban culture. When I was in college, I was friends with different people that were in communist groups I was in. And there was one person and her relative. She had a relative who was really into Course in Miracles. I didn't know about what that was, but that was Marianne Williamson. That was a book that someone promoted that was a widely read, widely studied occult book in the 2000s called Course in Miracles. And there were study groups. People got together and read A Course in Miracles, and they discussed it, right? I worked in a bookstore when I was in high school, senior year of high school. And the guy that I worked in the bookstore with, to work in his bookstore, he said, I really needed to watch this DVD he gave me called What the Bleep Do We Know? And it was all about the power of the human will. And it was kind of like The Secret or whatever. It was called What the Bleep Do We Know? About how the human mind creates reality. And that there is a whole layer of people that are not devoutly religious, but also not skeptics. And I didn't realize that. So when you talk about Aleister Crowley, I read a biography of Aleister Crowley because I realized that was something I didn't know about. And it kind of gets back to what I've talked about on these streams before about salon culture. That starting with the rise of capitalism in the 1800s, you had a lot more rich people than you used to have. It used to be the rich people were all royalty, but capitalism creates a layer of industrialists, bankers. You have a lot of wealthy people who don't have to work, right? And around the universities, you had a layer of rich kids, basically, who didn't have to work and were looking to be entertained, right? And communism, it's important to understand that communism originated there, okay? But so did Freudian psychoanalysis, so did and occultism is a big part of that. And that what you call salon culture, this culture of entertaining rich people, right? You have rich people that have a lot of money and are very bored. And there are various people who come along and entertain them. Hypnosis, right? Psychoanalysis, Sigmund Freud. That's what Sigmund Freud did. He hired rich people, paid him, and he sat them down on the couch and they talked about their dreams and their great fears and all of that, right? And all of these kind of things. This is a whole nother world, right? And it's very middle class in a lot of cases, right? Whereas, working class people tend to be religious, right? They tend to be in a religious community. They don't tend to get into this kind of stuff. But there's a layer of like kind of middle class religion or middle class, I don't know which one to call it, salon culture. Communism originated as part of that, right? Karl Marx, the reason all of Karl Marx's pamphlets are arguments against other socialists is because at the time there were a bunch of other guys going around and entertaining the rich people and saying, my form of socialism is the best kind. And the reason that Karl Marx caught on is because Karl Marx made friends with a really, really rich kid named Frederick Engels. And Frederick Engels, his father, was the owner of a textile company, textile factories. And because Marx was friends with Frederick Engels, Marx's books got published and distributed in bulk. And that's why we know Karl Marx. And the reason, Marx's books are all polemics, right? The Poverty of Philosophy is a polemic against a very prominent socialist, anarchist at the time, Proudhon. Proudhon's book was The Philosophy of Poverty. And so Marx wrote a lampoon of it called The Poverty of Philosophy. And you read all the Marx texts are critiques of various socialist thinkers that were around at the time because of the fact that he had to prove that he was the right one. And he found a rich person, Frederick Engels, who really liked his ideas. And that's why Marx is around today. But there's more to it than that. I would say what really separated Marx from all the other socialists at the time was that the really, if you read Socialism, Utopian and Scientific by Frederick Engels, if you read the Communist Manifesto, if you read the Critique of the Goethe Program, and especially the stuff Marx was writing in his later years, Marx is saying socialism needs to become the ideology of the labor movement. That is what made him stand out from a lot of the other socialists at the time. Most of the socialists at the time believed socialism would be built on the basis of an appeal to reason, right? That it would just be a rational argument. Marx said that socialism would come into the world as the result of the industrial worker and the struggle of the factory worker against his employer. That's what Marx believed. And that's what Marx is making. That's the point he's making, that it is the proletariat The worker who has nothing to lose but his chains is exploited by his employer. They're already starting to form what he calls combinations or trade unions that are demanding better pay for the employers, and that eventually the labor movement will give birth to a revolutionary movement to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat. That's what Marx is writing. And Marx was wrong. Marx was wrong. He was wrong about that, right? As we know, it never happened, right? What Marx said was going to happen didn't happen because of imperialism, right? Capitalism moved into the stage of imperialism, right? Imperialism is capitalism in its monopolistic stage, and it ended up being colonized in oppressed countries that had revolutions. And socialism came into the world in the East, not in the advanced West. So there we go. There we go. All right. Well, Ellie Ace the Great has joined the chat. Ellie Ace the Great, how's it going? Oh, you're very quiet. I can barely hear you. Yeah, your voice is very quiet. Can you? Oh, now I can hear. Go ahead. Talk. Say something.
How's it going?
Oh, much better. I can hear you much better now. How you been?
I'm doing good.
Good, good. What's on your mind?
Well, I mean, it's like I remember, I heard you no longer believe in dialectical or historical materialism.
Yeah, that's true.
It made me think a lot when you mentioned The Secret. I mean, when I first watched the movie, I was amazed. I was like, yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I was young. Sorry, but...
Yeah, no, I've never seen The Secret. I will say I really get a lot out of Wallace Wattles. Wallace Wattles was a socialist, a friend of Eugene Debs, and he wrote The Science of Being Great, The Science of Getting Rich. He wrote The Making of a Man Who Can. He wrote Jesus, the Man and His Works. He was a Christian socialist. I get a lot out of him. A lot of that secret stuff is it's very individualist, right? And it's very Ayn Rand oriented. And
Ayn Rand?
Yeah, Ayn Rand, objectivist.
Atlas Shrugged, Ayn Rand?
Yeah, it's very, don't care about other people, just be very, very selfish. And if you just believe you can work hard, you can do anything, and don't feel compassion for anyone who's struggling because they just haven't worked hard enough. And, a lot of that stuff I don't particularly like. And I understand I was very off-put by it at the time. Like when I was in high school, I watched that film, What the Bleep Do We Know, which is kind of like The Secret. And I thought, well, this is just silly. Now I honestly think it was pointing to a lot of truth, but for me,
it has truth.
Yeah. I think there is truth in that. How you think does affect the outcome you get, right? You do get from the world what you expect. I think that's true. Yeah.
I'm just making sure that CPI thrives and that we can actually have this USSA in our lifetimes.
Okay. All right.
I've
never watched The Secret. Have you? You said you had in high school.
In high school, yeah.
What's it like?
What's it like where?
What, The Secret? Like, what is it like? I don't know much about it.
Oh, it's about this thing called the law of attraction, where it's like you're visualizing and the thoughts thing can create reality or something.
Okay. Well, there's a lot to that. I mean, I have realized that, if you think about things you don't like, you get more negative. And that often the way I've been able to accomplish what I've accomplished is by being very focused on it. I think, learning to think in a certain way, and learning to how do I put this? To focus your thoughts around what you want. I'll think of a great example, right? Here's a great example. It's kind of a personal one, but I'll just tell you. I'm married now. I've been married for 12 years. Very happy. I love my wife. We're very happy. Right? And I'll tell you. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
How did you met? What's your name?
Metches, my wife. I'll tell you how it happened, right? So I moved to New York City, and for years, I'm a very unique person in ways I'm not going to go into on here, but I always wanted to have I always wanted to have a partner. I dated a few people. It didn't go well and all of that. But you know, there was somebody in my life that I met, and they were a good friend, and they had a boyfriend, and I saw the way they interacted with their boyfriend, and I thought, I wish I had someone like that in my life, someone who would interact with me in this way. And I started to envision the kind of person that I wanted. And within 2 years, when I started to really realize what I wanted, I didn't just have this vague feeling of like, oh, I'm lonely. You know, I actually envisioned what I wanted. I got a clear picture of what I wanted in a life partner. That's when I met Metches, because she was what I was looking for. And I don't think it was necessarily magical. I think it's just a lot of things are, how do you put it? A lot of things are nonverbal, especially in interactions.
It's possible for relationships to be magic. It's possible, but
yeah, but a lot of it is nonverbal, and that especially in romantic situations, you're putting out there, I want this, and you don't even think it consciously. You just kind of know you want it, right? And so you will attract people who are looking for what you want, you know, and it's kind of like, if you can envision clearly what you want, you can get it, right? But you have to know what you want. And I know a lot of people who have struggled because they have only a vague understanding of what they want. They don't really dig into what they want. They don't really think about what they want. They just, you know, they just say, well, I want money, or I want fame, or I want this, or what, but they don't actually think about it. And they don't think, well, what I want to do is you know, how did I end up working for RT? 2007 is when I first heard of RT, and I watched it and I thought, this is amazing. I want to work there someday. I immediately sent them a job application, no reply. I lived in Cleveland, had no life experiences or anything like that. But for years, I was like, I want to work at RT someday, you know? And, you know, and then I met somebody who was doing RT interviews. I said, well, if they ever need anyone to come on, I can do it, you know? And it was by envisioning in my mind, I wanted this. That's how I eventually got it, right? And I think there is something to that. It doesn't have to be magical. It doesn't have to be spiritual or whatever. But a lot of people, they have vague desires. I want money. I want to get married and fall in love. I want this, but they don't really get a picture of what they want. You know what I'm saying? And so they don't get it, because you can't really work to achieve what you want if you don't have a clear picture of it. Is that fair?
I mean, I mean, I can agree. I mean,
so yeah, I mean, some of that stuff can be a little silly. I do think, you know, but at the same time, yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I do have an idea for like a dream girlfriend or wife, what she would look like. I mean, I see her as 10 out of 10. People say that she's out of my league, when really she's not. She loves me.
Okay.
And it's like, I know that sounds unrealistic, but
well, the trick is you have to think about it in a way of like, how do I get this? And you have to, it can't just be a vague thing. I mean, you know, it has to be really understanding
inspired action.
Yeah. And I mean, for me, I look at my life, and what I have achieved in life has come through thinking I want this and focusing on it. Right. You know, and so there you go. Well, listen, Eli, 3 people just came in behind you. So if you want to come back on later, feel free. No, you're fine. You're fine. This is a good chat. But 3 people have come in behind you, so I'm going to let them have a chance. So yeah. But yeah, I'm glad you came on. Thanks for coming on. All right. So next we're going to go to someone who's never been on, Robert, aka Talking Marks and Markets. Hey, Robert.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. Yeah, you've been tweeting a lot. I've been seeing a lot of your tweets and stuff like that. So it's good to finally meet you in person. How you doing? Or online, I guess, but to see your face, I guess. How you been?
Great. No, I appreciate it. Honestly, I love your work.
Thank you.
Actually, I just bought a copy of one of Trotsky and the Neoconservatives to send to a buddy of mine who I was talking about it with the other night. No, I think very insightful. I kind of hear your voice as I read your material, probably because I watch your streams, but also I love the way it flows. I'm not, you know, I don't know if it's embarrassing to say, I'm not a huge reader. I never have been, but more recently I've started reading a little bit more. And your books, you know, like I said, I finished the Divisions in the Ruling Class. So Trotsky and the Neoconservatives, and I'm in the middle of the socialism or the battle for Socialism. I forget the exact title. I have
Battle for Soviet History.
Yes. So I love that. I'm about a quarter of the way through it so far. So no, just love the material. I actually wanted to ask you, what you think about something I noticed this week that I made a little clip about or video about, but I just wanted to ask your opinion. I noticed this week that on a couple of occasions, the president has openly, and I was actually talking about this with my wife's one of her aunts works at a very large pharmaceutical company. I won't say exactly which one or her exact role because it would give away, but I'll just say that one of her bosses, I guess, AKA, was at Trump's the press conference that he had with the pharmaceutical CEOs in the background. Yeah. And I was asking her, hey, what's going on with this? Why are they doing it? And more importantly, do you see this as sort of an abstract or a step away from capitalism? I mean, he's the CEO of America Incorporated, no longer the CEO of Trump International, but on a few occasions this week saying, I'm going to deviate from, or I'm going to tell the healthcare insurance companies, that they're driving up the costs. I just had a meeting with these CEOs and we're going to go direct to consumer, and we talked about prices. I'm going to talk to Mamdani. This was about a month ago, or I'm talking with Mamdani. We're going to talk to Con Ed about the price of gas because the price of energy, because I'm sending them cheap energy and they're charging too much. He mentioned auto insurance. He's said a couple of things this week, even the real estate comment he made that went viral, where he was asked about real estate. He said, well, I have to be careful because a lot of my citizens, my people, I'm paraphrasing, the value of their assets can be adjusted if I build too many houses. So I have to be careful because I don't want to ruin their portfolios, which is heavily dependent on real estate. He should talk to his buddy Larry Fink if that's the case. But I just noticed that there's a pattern recently where when he wants to get something done, he's stepping away from capitalism. And it's a huge tell to me for somebody who's been in the system, as most of my adult life. I'm about the same age as you. So I just find it interesting. I wanted to hear what you thought about that. And hopefully we'll get to talk at the event in January.
Okay.
Certainly.
Very good.
Ironically, just as a side note, you were at Occupy Wall Street. I worked in the Brown Brothers Harriman building.
I remember that building.
From Zuccotti Park. Yep. I worked there. I was there from 2011 to 2014. So saw my window, actually where I sat, I faced the World Trade Center. So I'd look down, I could see the park. I walked through that gathering many times. And I could tell you honestly, especially because I was a huge, Ron Paul guy from college all the way through, relatively recently. And I would tell you that protest touched a nerve. You guys, maybe you probably were well aware, but there were a lot of people who accidentally touched the third rail and didn't realize it because you were talking about that little thing down the street from where I worked called the Fed and questioning the whole financial system. And that whole movement got diverted into BLM and all kinds of other things and infiltrated and ruined. But you guys were touching on something that was so scary, and I could feel it. It was palpable because even in my job, which was not a fancy bank or anything like that at the time, I could tell that the bosses were actually a little uncomfortable. People were nervous. That was not a comfortable thing for people because you guys were touching on something. But anyway, I'm sorry to ramble on.
No.
Think about capital. About
as far as why is Trump criticizing capitalism? There's a couple layers to this. The first thing I'll say, Bonapartism. Right, the economy is not working very well, and the ruling class are fighting among themselves. And this is the natural progression of a capitalist crisis: is that one section of the ruling class starts to use the state to benefit their allies at the expense of their rivals. Obama did that and was trying to push degrowth like crazy. And the higher levels of capital, they generally want a heavily regulated economy because they'll get to write the rules, right? And then the lower levels, they tend to say, well, we just want deregulation. I have predicted for a long time that the Tea Party folks and all that are going to learn eventually that's not enough. They're going to need the government to rig things in their favor. And that if you look at the 1930s, right, the left that was aligned with Roosevelt wanted the economy regulated. The right also wanted things regulated, right? The people that were opposing Roosevelt from the right, they also called for heavy government intervention in the economy. They just wanted it, to favor the factory owners and stuff. So there's that. The other thing is, and this is the dirty little secret, which you may be very well aware of based on where you work and all that. Nobody really believes this free market crap. You know what I'm saying? Austrian economics, that's Chicago school. That's to justify austerity. That's to convince people that cutting food stamps is for the best and all of that. None of them actually believe that. They can tell that you need the state to intervene, right? It's just that's not what you learn in business school and all of that. And that's not the party line, especially in conservative circles, right? So there's that. And I think there was another aspect to it. Also, this is the other thing. I've noticed that something interesting is happening on the right. The right is in kind of a crisis right now over these questions. And it's not just Israel. Israel's part of it. Israel's probably the most visible part of it. The Charlie Kirk, Israel, Candace Owens, the way they were, fighting with each other like crazy at turning points and all of that. That's a sign, but there's something bigger happening. Nick Fuentes is on this pro-Stalin kick right now. I really don't find Nick Fuentes appealing at all. Everything about him makes me want to barf. But the reason that my books are getting a lot of play and I'm making a lot more money on book sales and stuff right now is because this guy named Academic Agent had me on his channel to talk about Stalin and stuff like that. I did not know this. Academic Agent is a friend of Nick Fuentes, and Academic Agent has been kind of feeding Nick Fuentes the pro-Stalin stuff. And that's why Nick Fuentes says this like very confused pro-Stalin line and stuff. That's very interesting to me. And it seems to me that beneath the surface, there's bigger divisions on the right than we realize. And it's not just about Israel. It's about, there is a layer of kind of very, very wealthy capitalists that are pro-Israel, that are pro-Trump, that are like very libertarian and free market. And like the opposition to the H-1B1 visas and the idea that maybe Stalin wasn't so bad and all of that. There's a layer of people on the right that are getting into more like nationalistic politics rather than just traditional American conservatism. And I think that beneath the surface, there was a guy in Trump's cabinet, one of the people they got on the Robert Mueller investigation. I forget his name. And one of the things, if you actually read the indictment, one of the things against him was Alexander Dugin. He was a good friend of Alexander Dugin, and that's why they're tapping his phones. Well, Alexander Dugin doesn't believe in capitalism. He'll tell you that straight up. I met Alexander Dugin. He's not a Marxist. He's a traditionalist, conservative, but his fourth political theory is we reject the free market capitalism. We're like socially conservative, but we're left wing, right? That's the fourth political theory. And I think internationally, there is a lot of people like, for example, Modi in India is not a free market guy at all, right? He's all about state control of everything in order to advance India. So I think that there are layers of the right that Zionism, Zionism in the Trump camp. Look, this is also why Mamdani won. I'll just tell you this. This is my opinion, right? And if you're here in the New York City area, you probably would agree. I think Mamdani was brought into office to punish a layer of wealthy Trump supporters in New York City. There are all these people who live near Central Park that are Trump supporters, that are Zionists, that are insane. You know what I mean? And they're just out of touch with New York City politics and all of that. And, they think that anyone, they say things like, like that anyone who's ever said anything critical of Israel is secretly in Hamas, right? It's like, they think half the Democrats are all members of Hamas, and they're crazy, right? And those folks, because they're so like pro-Israel, they allowed Trump to win because they thought Trump was more pro-Israel, and the mainstream of capital right now thinks Trump is a threat. He's a populist and all of that. So my theory is that Mamdani was allowed to come in as a slap in the face to the Central Park people, right? Those people that live around Trump Tower and all that area, those like crazy ultra-Zionist rich people, a lot of whom are in real estate. It was to like scare them, basically, to stick it to them. And that Mamdani, to some degree or other, they want to make sure he doesn't do too much, but they want those people to suffer because they help Trump win. And that the bulk of the ruling class doesn't want Trump, but because there's like this ultra sensitivity around Israel, and because Trump pandered to them pretty hard, they kind of broke with the script. I think most of the ruling elite would like the U.S. government to be more critical of Israel, at least in words, to like distance itself from what Israel's doing. But there's a layer of rich people around Trump, like ultra-Zionist rich people, who just won't criticize that. Because if you say Israel does anything wrong, you must be in Hamas, and then we're all going to die. And do you think I'm onto something there?
I do. I mean, I think that look, I grew up in New York, and I went to a private school in New York. I'll say it was in the lower Ivy League, basically what they would call it. And I went to Columbia. I mean, a lot of your material describes the people I grew up around. Okay. Ironically, so maybe that's another reason why I've enjoyed learning it and reading your stuff, because Trotsky and the neoconservatives, I mean, I swear you're describing my teachers from middle school and high school.
Really?
I mean, yeah. I mean, you're describing the New York intellectual circle, wow. It to a T. And basically, in the New York intellectual circle, from middle school all the way through college, it's funny because you have this split. So some of them were Republican, probably 20%. Most of them are Democrat, just because their parents are Democrats. Upper West Side, Upper East Side, etc. Westchester, New York, same thing. One thing you'll notice is none of them would describe themselves as capitalists. And they all have the knee-jerk reaction to an extent, even on the college campus. Now, I can't say for Columbia today, but when I was there, you could say, yeah, free healthcare, free whatever. And I know that's not what socialism is actually about. But sure, they would rah, rah, rah and cheer that. But if I started, they were taking econ classes and going to work for Goldman Sachs right after college. Okay. And if I started saying, hey, you know what, this is kind of how Goldman Sachs contributes to some of the problems, and this is some of the issues with capital, their knee-jerk reaction would be to argue against that. Now, I wasn't the one arguing with them, because at the time, I had no exposure to real socialism. My exposure to socialism in New York would have been, basically just seeing, hippie kids protesting and wanting free stuff. Right. So my exposure, my red pill moment, or whatever you want to call it, was that a buddy of mine, when Mahmoud Ahmadinejad came to Columbia, a buddy of mine who speaks fluent Farsi translated the whole thing live for me.
Wow. And
when I went back to our dorm, we watched the news, and all the networks lied about what he said. They said that he was denying the Holocaust, and and I knew for the first time, not only was I interested in history and all that, but for the first time in my life, I had a moment where I caught them. I caught them, and I've never been the same since. And then my buddy said, hey, you might like this Ron Paul guy, and I went down that road. And that really changed everything for me. But I guess getting back to the capitalist thing, none of these people would consider themselves capitalists or think in that term, like, oh, I'm a capitalist now and I'm fighting. But at the same time, deeply entrenched in the system. I mean, I went to school with people like the chairman of Goldman Sachs. His son was in my school. Wow. 3 of his kids. The chairman of American Express, all that. Wow. So, I mean, these are the people who are the system, even more so than any senator or congressman, right? But if you ask them what they thought, they would never say that they're a capitalist. They would never really want to get into that. But at the same time, they're obviously deeply entrenched in the system. I do think that, unfortunately, one of the comments I had in my first year after college, I was doing something at my high school for the football team, and a guy came back who is a second-year college student. I think he came from Yale, and he said, "Wow, I can't believe college. It's so weird. I met Republicans that are like nice people." Like, he'd never met like in his life, and he was being so serious. And even I at that time thought that was strange. But in his bubble, that Upper West Side bubble, maybe 15%, some of the Wall Street parents might be Republicans, maybe. Vast majority Democrats. And there's that weird block. But of course, as you get a little bit older and you start seeing how things work, you realize, like, look, there are differences, but it's nominal. They unite on the worst things, when it comes to war and everything else. So, but I just found that interesting. I do think that, Trump was a Democrat his whole life in New York. Most of his old Democrat friends are still here, including Chuck Schumer and, many others and his real estate buddies. And I definitely see, he has this issue where, now he's really caught in no man's land because he's built himself up as this MAGA leader. And a lot of people I grew up around who absolutely believe in the deplorable thing. That's 100% true.
Yeah.
That's 100% true. They are they have that Trotsky mentality of the peasants. They think everybody from the Midwest and the South flyover country.
Yeah.
Right. I heard that a lot growing up. Oh yeah. There's New York, there's LA, right. And everything else in between, whatever, makes them nervous actually. And Trump is in a weird spot now because he has built himself into the hero of flyover country, but he's not really flyover country.
Right.
And his closest allies and the money, it basically doesn't. Adelson's in Dallas, but Adelson is not a Texan, whatever. I mean, she fits in fine with the New York elite just because she has money. So I do think that he's in a very tough spot politically. I think, a spot that he put himself in, frankly, but he's in a tough spot. I think, I don't know what's going to happen with him and MAGA. I'm praying that the Venezuela thing doesn't happen. Unfortunately, but we'll see.
Well, let me tell you a New York story that really, it was a moment where I realized how weird New York City is and all of that was that, when I was a senior in high school, I took video production, right? And basically my teacher in high school in my little town, she didn't really feel, we basically we worked on computers on our video production projects all day, right? I mean, there was no, whatever. And she would put on Fox and Friends. It was first period in the morning, and she'd put on Fox and Friends every morning with Kilmeade and Brian Kilmeade and Steve Ducey, and and I would listen to that every morning. And it was like, every morning it was like some little town in Oklahoma is having a winter parade instead of a Christmas parade. Christians are being persecuted. It's awful. Here's a country star talking his new song about how they're going to take away our guns, and it was like the most red state, obnoxious Bush Republican, whatever. So then I moved to New York City, right? And I ended up I work in Manhattan and all of that. And the Fox News building is on 6th Avenue and 47th Street, right?
Yep.
And I ended up doing a lot of work around there. Like the RT studio used to be near there and all of that. And I actually would run into these people in diners. And I would see them and I'd be like, you're playing a character. Because no one living around, and they live around there. They have apartments a block from there. Nobody who lives around there thinks that way. Yep. Nobody they know, no one who goes to their kid's school is complaining about winter instead of, they're playing characters. And I just was blown away, wow. I grew up around people who believe these people are telling the truth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, you see it look, I've thought about this a lot recently, but even if you think about the show like Roseanne, right? Mm-hmm. And you listen to now Roseanne herself, I mean, she's definitely pro-Israel, but she played a caricature of this Midwest, simple mom who's fighting. And if you look at her family, if you listen to the rest of them talk, I mean, none of them believe in any of the things that you would think they might represent. Same thing with Married with Children. Look at Al Bundy. I mean, again, I don't care if you want to critique Trump, that's fine. But the way when I listen to him talk about Trump, it has that tinge of that Hollywood elitist mentality. I'm like, you played a shoe salesman in Chicago. So much of Hollywood and New York is filled with people making money off of playing the part of regular people.
Yeah.
And in reality, they're nowhere near, either they used to be and don't want to be that, or they never were. And it's sad. It's sad.
Well, the defining moment in founding CPI was Libya, Gaddafi, right? I was in the Workers' World Party. That was my organization. I worked for Ramsey Clark, and we did nothing to support Gaddafi because Obama was president. And the revolution was portrayed as part of Occupy Wall Street or whatever. And we technically supported Gaddafi. We wrote articles about it, not a single civil disobedience, nothing. And there was always, and they spent more time arguing with me about whether Libya was really socialist than they did defending Gaddafi. And it was simply because it was trendy. And then the other thing is right after Trump won the 2016 election, right? I remember, do you remember all the subway stops were full of these Post-it notes about our fears? And it was clearly from above, right? If you and I put Post-it notes all over the subway, they'd take them down. It was like a government mobilized thing of oh my God, we're fearing for our lives and Trump is in there. And and all this. And I'm like, wow, the most prosperous country in Africa was bombed and destroyed. And like even the communists couldn't do anything about it because it just wasn't trendy and hip. And all that's happened is a Republican got elected, right? And they're like, we're all gonna die. There's gonna be another Holocaust. They're gonna round us all up and put us in death camps. And it's like, are you kidding? Like, yeah. And it just showed me. The other thing that I remember is around the 2008 election. I remember MSNBC wasn't always liberal. Tucker Carlson was on MSNBC during the Bush years and stuff. But like they started doing what was his name? Who is he? The liberal guy. It was Rachel Maddow was after him, and then it was, I can't remember his name. He's he has like glasses.
Sharpton, right?
What?
Not Sharpton, right?
No. He used to be on there. He had a show. It was kind of a liberal show during the Bush years. No. It was and he kind of talks like this. I don't know. I can't remember his name, but it was him. It was him, and then they had Rachel Maddow. And I remember watching Rachel Maddow and noticing that she was always going after lower level capitalists, right? And I was like, wait, MSNBC, this is the voice of the enemy. Like, this is the voice of, this is mainstream media, right? And I noticed that like all the communists they just loved Rachel Maddow. It's great. Oh, she's exposing big business and all this. And I remember thinking she's broadcasting literally from Rockefeller Center, right? And I was saying there's a division within the ruling class right now. Right. And I started saying that. And then I remember the response I got was people said, well, that's anti-Semitic. That's anti-Semitic. You can't say that. That's anti-Semitic. Really? I'm like, it was Keith Olbermann was the guy. Keith Olbermann and Rachel Maddow. And they were doing this show. And it was like, as Obama, at first it was kind of bashing Bush for being whatever. But then once Obama was in, it was like they were going after like fracking companies and going at, and all the communists I knew were just like so excited. Rachel Maddow is so amazing. I'm like, shouldn't we be suspicious? Like, this is mainstream media. And I said, I wrote like a short little document saying there's a division in the ruling class. And they said, that's anti-Semitism. When you start saying that there's a division in the ruling class and people in the ruling class are fighting and all of that, that's anti-Semitism. I'm like, that's weird. I didn't say anything about Jews. Like, what are you talking, and it's that kind of Trotskyism, and yeah, it's very interesting. And there's a lot written about divisions in the ruling class. I mean, Marx's Capital ends with talking about how the labor movement, the first working class movement, the Chartist movement, started because there was a fight between the factory owners and the land aristocracy. And the land aristocracy was fighting the factory owners, so they started funding the Chartist movement, and that's where Chartism came from, right? And the divisions in the ruling class and different factions and alliances, that's just essential, right, in everything. So, but Trotskyism has this pure class line, there's never any alliance, independent workers, and it's very fake, it's very, very fake. And that's a big part of like Trotskyites, we don't align with anyone, and Stalin sold out by supporting Roosevelt, and and it's all very, very fake. And that there are divisions within the ruling class, and that the more you look into it, Trotsky was just on the wrong side. And that every movement in the lead up to World War II divided, right? In New York City, if you were a black liberation activist, you could join the Nation of Islam, and you were on the Axis power side and against Roosevelt and against the Soviet Union, or you could join Father Divine, and he was on the Soviet side and liked Roosevelt. If you were a far rightist in Britain, you could join the British Union of Fascists and support Oswald Mosley, that was on Hitler's side, or you could join the Oxford Group and Moral Rearmament, and you would be on and it was the same kind of thing. And communism divided. Trotskyism was the pro-Axis power interpretation of communism. That's really what it was. They would never admit that. They would always say, well, we're on neither side, but they were trying to undermine Stalin, trying to undermine Roosevelt, trying to undermine the Soviet Union. There was a division in the ruling class, and they were clearly being boosted by the Nazis, right? Because there was a big section of the ruling class that was on the Nazi side. That's what it seems pretty obvious to me. And the Teamsters was the union they infiltrated and became leaders of. That was a Republican union, right? John L. Lewis and the Teamsters, they were Republicans. So of course the Trotskyites fit in well. And the other unions were Democrats. And the Trotskyites, the Communist Party was supporting the Democrats and Roosevelt. So it made perfect sense to me. And that Jimmy Hoffa was trained by Trotskyists, which I think is kind of cool, right? It's a detail of his history. They don't show that in any of the movies, but it's true that the Trotskyites trained him, and then they all went to prison for opposing World War II, and so he just became a regular Republican. But it's kind of interesting. So yeah.
I do wonder. I mean, I see, obviously, like back in the time of Marx, this is before you have this expansive credit system, right? You have this is before in his time you had a law firm. I talked about this on the channel a little bit, just bringing whatever my perspective that I can bring to this whole conversation. in his time, a law firm, a top-notch law firm, you have 5 lawyers, right? You have a few bankers. There was a moment in the expansion of the system where there was a necessity by the rulers of the system that needed a middle class. So if you own a bank and suddenly it's not 1850 anymore, it's now 1945. You need your bank analysts to dress well. You need to be clean. They have to be safe, and you need a lot of them, right? Yeah. They're going to be working with the other people who have money. If you have a law firm, like I've worked at a few law firms, now you could have a large law firm where you have 200 partners and you could have 1,000 lawyers, right? Well, they can't be disheveled. They can't be worried about how they're going to get to work. They have to have money. They have to be able to communicate and connect with your clientele. Your clientele are the large institutions, large banks. So there was this need to create this class of people that are not in charge, but will serve the ruling class. So you can't just have bus drivers. You can't just have people digging ditches or working in factories. You need people that sort of look like the ruling class, that have money, maybe even a lot of money, but are not in charge. They're not the ones who work at the Bank of International Settlements. They're not the ones who run or own, JP Morgan. They're not at that level, but they work there. They're the vice presidents. They're the analysts. You need this whole large, expansive group of people to support the system because the system has changed. Now, Marx could have not foreseen this. He sort of saw it in the sense of the outline of everything that he ever talked about. But in terms of the specifics of this expansion of credit and the pushing people post World War II with the GI Bill into houses and then pushing everybody into the educational system, and now you have people who come out who have 10 degrees and they can go econ major and then they can go work at a bank in 20 years. Those people are not necessarily going to take over the government or substitute themselves in for the power structure, but they are going to be huge contributors as workers. It created this whole new upper middle class that was much larger than what it ever could have been imagined of back in like the 1800s. And now, as you talk about, and you've mentioned a lot of your material about as you have this decline in the falling rate of profit, et cetera, and you're getting past the imperialist stage, and now you're seeing what was done in third world is being done to the United States. That class, that specific class of people, are now the target.
Yes,
just as much, even more so than the unionized people, because those people don't have unions.
Yeah.
So where I work, and I won't get into that specifically, but I can say there's no union. It's every man for himself. And I've seen this at every job I've ever had. You have a lot of people that don't have enough money to walk away, but they have enough to live comfortably. Well, that's the group that's under the gun. And I just wonder, in your opinion, how that group, maybe it's one at a time, maybe there's a mass event, I don't know. But I wonder how you see that group getting pulled in to the greater movement, because it's always been centered around, and I don't mean to say this as I'm not saying this in the sense of Trotsky, like, oh, you need this intelligentsia to kind of run the movement or anything. But I'm saying you need this group and these people to help contribute. Because when I think about all the guys who have the money to go to NFL games, that just want to play their video games, and they have, living their life, that aren't thinking about this stuff, but they're well aware that, hey, my dollar's not going where it used to go. My kids aren't going to live as well as I lived. They see what we see, but maybe they're not articulating it. They're not in the groups that are talking about it in this way. How do we grab that audience and bring it in? Because it's a huge chunk in the United States and in Europe.
Well, I honestly don't know, but it sounds like the kind of thing that maybe you can help us figure out, because I don't know those people well enough. I will say what came to my mind while you were describing it. Have you read Imperialism and the Split in Socialism, Lenin's 10-page essay? No. Where that's kind of, he wrote this big book, Imperialism, the Highest Stage of Capitalism, but he wrote a much shorter, like 10-page essay kind of summarizing it called Imperialism and the Split in Socialism. In that essay, he talks about how even like in Marx's day, Marx described like a layer of capitalists in Britain, or not even capitalists, but like workers who weren't really producing the value it was coming out of the developing world, and they were just kind of there to accommodate the capitalists of Britain. He talks about them, and that's when Lenin talks about the aristocracy of labor. He's describing that, and how big chunks of the first world economy are just kind of there. They're kind of like what you described, like built appendages, to the rich, right? They're not creating the value. The value is coming from the third world. They're just kind of this bureaucracy. It also reminds me of like David Graeber, who was the big Occupy Wall Street guru, who honestly was wrong about a lot of things. But one thing he wrote is this book called Meaningless Jobs. And he talked about how like there are all these jobs that don't really serve any purpose, that are just there to like keep society functioning, right? And that there's a lot of people that get paid a lot of money to do nothing of any value. And it's just like part of like keeping capitalism going. And it's like big foundation money gets pumped into nonprofits. There's the whole nonprofit apparatus. And there's also like bank executives. And there's all these people that are not, it doesn't fit the classic Marxist understanding of, well, it's just to make profits. It's like they exist, but they're there to serve some kind of like social engineering purpose or something. It's like, and part of it is that, you talk about how these people, like they don't have a union, right? And they don't make enough, they can just walk away, right? It's like, that's why they're getting paid that amount, is they have to keep coming back, right? That good lifestyle will be taken away if they start to question things, right? You know what I'm saying? It's very interesting
because one of the things that I noticed in just trying to merge kind of two worlds together was in the 80s. I mean, I could say this for my job now, but it's certainly a lot of my friends are experiencing this. Our jobs in the 80s would have been enough that, all right, you work, spouse can stay home. Don't worry about it. Probably enough to have someone to take care of the kids and all that. That equivalent job now doesn't do that. Like you can feel the difference. No expense account. You used to be, in my father's time, you had an expense account. You could go out. You're living the life of a wealthy person through your job, and that was part of the enticement of the capitalist system in that day. Obviously, people are they're not thinking in terms of capitalist system and all that, but that's really what was happening, and I could see the difference. Like in the 80s, 70s, 80s, maybe into the 90s, you get a credit card, you take clients out, right? You're going to expensive dinners, and I had a buddy of mine who works at a very large financial institution, who one of his coworkers is from that generation. And he was complaining when they would go out to lunch recently, because he was like, oh, this stinks. We're only getting burgers, whatever. I know the maitre d' of all these steakhouses. We used to get porterhouse steaks and all this stuff. And he literally, you would think he was Trump walking in. My colleague, my buddy, he was like, yeah, this guy walks in and all the maitre d's come over and they're hugging him and all this stuff. And he's just a normal guy. But he used to have the expense account. He used to have that draw, right? Free tickets to go to the Knicks, go to Yankee games, go to, it was, you're living the life of the absolute top of the capitalist system, but you're not in it, but it's okay. You even have the cars. I have one friend who has a company car, and that's because his job, he has to travel for work on a consistent basis. None of my other friends have company cars. My father had a company car. His boss made him get a company car, made him get a luxury car, because he said, you can't take clients out in that car that you brought to work.
Wow.
Forced him to do that. I'm like, what world is this? If I said to my boss, hey, I might take a client out, do you think maybe I can get a luxury car? He'd laugh at me.
Right.
But like in his day, this was not wild. This was normal. And you just see how that could entice people to never question the system. System's beautiful. Credit card to go out to the steakhouse, luxury car, and you're making enough money that in those days, even though you still had monetary inflation kicking in, this is way after, Nixon killed the gold standard and all that. Doesn't matter. You were still ahead of the curve compared to most. Now the water is rising, and even people in those positions, the water is getting up to here.
Interesting.
And that's where there's an opening, because people who used to, you go to college, you get the degree, you get the first job, you get the second job. Now you have the title. Where's the expense account? It's not here. Where's the company car? Nope, you're not getting that. Oh, where's the large Christmas bonus? No Christmas bonuses. No such thing. You maybe get a bonus in the springtime. It's not the same. And the salary you have today in 1980, boom, this is great. I love America. Now it's like, oh man, I can't afford childcare on this. I can't afford my insurance on this. I can't. You're talking like somebody who doesn't make any money because you have the same problems. Well, that tells you that this thing, the water is rising. And I just think that's creating a class of people that are completely missed by this general movement because it's not, there's nothing really to compare it to historically, you know, because it's a class that was created in the 40s, basically, you know, I'm generalizing, but created from the GI Bill time, maybe all the way through the 1990s, early 2000s, definitely pre-financial crisis. And the thing that bothers me the most about the financial crisis, among other things, it's such a great excuse because you'll hear so many times, well, before the financial crisis, we would have done this and that. And it's like, well, you're still making a lot of money. It's not like these institutions are, I mean, I get Lehman Brothers. Yeah, okay, they took a hit, but it's like, okay, Goldman Sachs still exists. JPM still exists. You have tons of institutions that are making tons of money. But that's like their COVID excuse where they're like, well, you know, we regulations and all this stuff. It's like, okay, but you have money for stock buyback, right?
Well, very good. Well, thank you, Robert. It was really a pleasure to have you on. There's somebody right behind you, but yeah, be in touch, and I look forward to meeting you in January.
No, absolutely. Good. I'll see you then. Thank you so much.
Thank Appreciate you. It. Yep. All right. Well, next we're going to bring on our buddy Unanimous. How's it going?
You know, sorry, when you the studio chat said 3 people, and I didn't realize it was me, that other guy, and you. I thought there were like 3 people, you know, waiting to. But yeah, I just wanted to say 1, Merry Christmas. 2, I agree with what you were talking about, the fragmentation of the right, and I think there are several ways I see, and that also reminds me of that one tweet you said about how there was like a pro-Russia movement that said Stalin was worse than Hitler.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of carryover between that and the anti-Zionism thing. Because, again, if we're talking about all the BS people say about the Soviet Union.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Oh.
But yeah, a lot of that does come from the Nazis or Nazi collaborating people.
Well, and this is where it gets all kind of tricky, right? You know, when I was in college, I used to hate libertarians, like with a passion. And the reason I hated them, it was because of the fact that they just seemed like they weren't open to hearing the communist perspective. And it was like, it just seemed like there was just like, they were so close, but no, you know what I mean? And I was just angry with them for not hearing the communist perspective. But the more I became angry with libertarians, the more I was really angry with communists because they had no desire to speak to the kind of people who would become libertarians. You know, they had no message for them. You know, and and I remember, you know, the attitude of the communists was just kind of like, oh, well, you know, the libertarians, they'll, you know, how could anyone think that? And I would just tell them things that libertarians said, that like Hitler was a leftist because he was a National Socialist. And they would laugh and say, oh, that's crazy. They're not leftist. That's stupid, you know. And I'd say, well, they say we don't have real capitalism in America. Who could think such a thing? That's stupid, you know. And it was like the only people they were interested in recruiting were Obama supporters, right? So they had like no clue that like there were all these people who were turning against the wars, that were questioning the government and stuff, that were going to like libertarian and like far right ideas. And they had, and what it really was is more and more I realized it was an ethnic thing. In their minds, anyone who would ever be attracted to Ron Paul or whatever was just garbage. You know, they were just a neo-Nazi. They were, you know, that they only want, it's kind of like what I was talking about with the previous guest. There was just this ethnic component to it, that they were liberals. You know what I'm saying? They were liberals, and they wanted to recruit liberals. They did not want to recruit, you know, anyone who could possibly ever be right-wing culturally or from a right-wing area. They just hated them. You know what I'm saying? And it was just
populism.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting. I was seeing some guy who tried to compare Hugo Chavez to Donald Trump, and it's very much the same thing. It was like, oh, it's a demagogue who doesn't know what the hell he's doing.
No, I watched, I showed it, and actually I think they ended up like blocking the video, but I showed a Saturday Night Live sketch that they did making fun of a Trump rally. It was exactly like the right-wing Venezuelan media making fun of Hugo Chavez supporters. Exactly the same, right? It was like they're all stupid. They're all just like stupid fans, and they have all these crazy ideas about like the government being controlled by rich people and all this crazy stuff that clearly isn't true. And they always think the CIA is doing stuff. They're dumb working class people, you know. And I watched it. It was like
basket of deplorables.
Yeah, it was basically that, and that it was just like, you know, it's weird because, you know, there was during the Bush years, you had your like Bush supporter who was obnoxious and in some cases was very ignorant. And it was like, if you don't support the government, you are a bad person. You know, you must be working for the terrorists.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting because a lot of these young conservative anti-Semitic people, they like Pat Buchanan.
Yeah.
Like they'll talk about, oh, Pat Buchanan predicted the demographic crisis and whatnot. Who was Pat Buchanan actually? Like, I think he was a Nixon guy.
Yeah, he was a speechwriter for Richard Nixon. And when I was a kid, he was on all the morning shows. He was just their like far right guy. And he ran against Bush in 2000 for the Reform Party as like and his big thing, he wanted to build a wall against Mexico. And he wanted like protectionists. He was against NAFTA and stuff like that. And he wrote a book called The Death of the West, which was like a kind of a white nationalist, you know, book about like white people aren't having enough children. And
yeah, that's exactly the way they talk about it. And they'll say, oh, the left is race conscious or something. Like, it's weird because I think they're the people who are driving the anti-Hindu thing. And part of it might be because it's an anti-Modi thing, because Modi is Modi, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's very weird. But Pat Buchanan, he, you know, in the 90s, there was this whole, like, Bill Clinton was the president, right? And communism was kind of like nuked. I mean, communism was down for the count as a movement. The Soviet Union had fallen, and the communist groups were kind of fading into irrelevancy. You know, the communist groups, they were very, very irrelevant in the 90s. Like, really, all the communist groups did is, like, in the 90s, the black community was getting hit really hard with mass incarceration and stuff like that. And so communist groups were like groups of white people that supported Mumia Abu-Jamal and were against police brutality and would go to like black police brutality rallies. And like, you know, Farrakhan was kind of the face of black radicalism, and they were like white people that were sympathetic to the kind of things that Farrakhan was saying. But communists were kind of quickly pushed out of discourse, you know. But there was like this far right kind of thing. There was something called Farm Aid. Have you ever heard of Farm Aid?
Yeah, I thought that was a liberal thing, you know.
Well, yeah, but it was like there was like a farm crisis, and a lot of like liberals were kind of fundraising, but a lot of those farmer guys were like really into like David Duke and really into like, and it's like the ranchers now that are like a big thing. The Bundy, Clive and Bundy, and like these ranchers that are like, they own a bunch of land out in Idaho, and they're like fighting the federal government. And, you know, and like there was a lot of like those kind of people that were like farmers, and they were against the federal government, and they had guns, and like liberals did like fundraisers to help them, like liberal like country singers and stuff like that. But it was, the politics they were espousing was like far right kind of stuff. And they would talk about, like, a big thing when I was a kid was the black helicopters, right? You know, there were people that thought that, you know, any helicopter with the sun behind it looks black. But there was this theory the UN was going to invade the United States, and like,
oh, you know what? The anti-UN stuff. There is a lot of that is, you know, conservative thing, you know.
Yeah, and that's the John Birch Society. Get us out of the UN, and out of us.
And even like among black spaces, you know that come on, anyone in the know knows what that is.
X-Files, you mean?
Cell Therapy by Goody Mob. Goody Mob was a African American. You know who Outkast is?
I don't know.
Goody Mob was a hip hop group from Atlanta in the 1990s, and they made a song called Cell Therapy, and there was like a theory about, and they talk about the UN exterminating the black man. I think that's like a world without the black man.
Well, and that's what's also very interesting is, so, you know, there were people that were like far right kind of white guys that were like, you know, like it was really not you didn't see it on the coasts, right? It was very much a Midwestern, and especially like like out west, Idaho and places like that. but they would talk about the Freemasons and the Illuminati, and Black people would talk about that stuff too. And in prison, those books were very popular. There's a book called Behold a Pale Horse. Do you know this book? Have you ever heard of it? It was a book that like every prisoner read, like, and it was about like the Illuminati secretly controlling the US government and stuff like that. And a lot of it was anti-communist because communism was secretly the Freemasons and all of that.
Yeah, I think that some of that is where Candace Owens is getting her stuff from. Like, she recently made a comment about, it's kind of ignorant because she said the Jews were the ones who brought Black people to the US, which is insane.
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. The Nation of Islam has also talked about that also. They wrote a book called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. And that is a weird thing. Obviously, most of the Southern slave owners were Scottish, actually. Yeah. But there was some Jewish involvement in the slave trade. White supremacists generally say, oh, it was all just Jews. You know what I mean? That's like their talking point, right? And white people are blamed for what Jews did. Well, and that is generally their talking point. And that's not true. There were a lot of the slave owners were just white people, usually of Scottish descent, right? That's why like Ivanhoe was really popular and they thought they were knights and all of that. But that is like a weird thing that white nationalists will say is they'll say, well, it was only Jews. And then the Nation of Islam was widely condemned because they wrote a book highlighting Jewish involvement in the slave trade. They highlighted it. It was called The Secret Relationship Between Blacks and Jews. And that, got a lot of anger, and that is like a taboo subject. The narrative that Zionists, especially liberal Zionists, have is that, Jews just love the Black people and they were the best friends Black people ever had. And the Nation of Islam came out and said, well, actually, that's not true. And that also the Confederacy was backed by Britain, right? And that is something that they never want to talk about. But, when you talk about Britain, you're talking about the Rothschilds. And so there's an element of, Zionists, the folks that eventually became Zionists involved with the slave trade, involved with the Confederacy, and that's off limits. Like Zionists get really angry if you ever bring that up, right? And it's one of those things where it's like there's a grain of truth in it, and then people, because that grain of truth is taboo, right? So the Nation of Islam, they will focus solely on that because that's like taboo, and white nationalists will use that to say things that are not true.
Yeah, it's interesting that you talk about. I think you once said that a lot of Arab socialist governments did talk about this. I think I heard there's a story once that a lot of Iraqi Jews did have some respect for Saddam, or they had respect, or Saddam had respect for them, because I think Saddam's mother wanted to kill him, but reportedly some Iraqi Jews wanted.
The main thing was that Saddam Hussein's government was a secular government. Right. It was, and Christians were allowed to operate openly. There were women in the lower levels of the government, not high up, but in lower levels in elected office. And that Saddam Hussein was not an Islamist. He was a Ba'athist Arab.
I think he did kind of go in that direction during the Gulf War, which people will point out, like, well, how much of this is true and how much of this is just
after the fall of the Soviet Union, a lot like Islamic politics was, kind of on the march. And so a lot of Arab nationalists, Arab governments went more religious to kind of accommodate that. Like, Bashar Assad is an Alawite, but he started praying in a mosque like a Sunni, like to make a point, like, look, I'm not, but Saddam Hussein's government was never an Islamist government. I mean, it just never was. It was always a secular government. Sunni.
Yeah, and I think Gaddafi went back and forth on whether or not he wanted to expel Libyan Jews, because where would expelled Libyan Jews go?
My understanding is that in Iraq, there was a mosque in Iraq, or I'm sorry, there was a synagogue in Iraq that was bombed by Mossad to like make Iraqi Jews fear that they had to go to Israel. Right? Have you heard of this?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, you can read about that. There were a number of bombings of synagogues throughout the Middle East in like the 1950s that were conducted by Mossad.
And I think the Saudis did similar things. Like a lot of this, I think the Soviet government didn't want people to go to do their Hajj because like they try and get, like all these Saudi clerics would try and recruit them to do, terrorism.
Yeah.
And like the Soviet Union did have a large Muslim population. A lot of things.
And that's true. That's true, but yeah, but no, I mean, a lot of this Illuminati stuff and all of that, like it is a hodgepodge of like far right ideology from before the Second World War, American kind of John Birch Society stuff, but then there's an element of like black nationalist stuff mixed in there too, right? And it's just a hodgepodge. And like you said, for example, Freemasonry is illegal it's illegal in any like Muslim country. They will outlaw it.
Yeah,
and
it's illegal in the USSR, I think.
And
too.
Franco's Spain also outlawed it, right? And that I believe the Nazis also outlawed Freemasonry because they saw it as like a conspiracy against the Nazi party or something, right? And that the Catholic anti-communist rhetoric often said that like the Illuminati was in Bavaria. It was a group of people that were arrested for forming a secret society.
Like illuminating to enlighten. It was an Enlightenment society.
Yeah, and they were arrested or whatever. But then Masonry and that like Father Coughlin started testifying, and that a lot of like Catholic anti-communists would argue that communism was actually a front for the Illuminati, and that there was like the Illuminati were secretly conspiring against the Catholic Church. That was kind of a standard like far right view. The
Illuminati did come back in the early 2010s. I don't know if you noticed there were like these accusations of all these entertainers being in the Illuminati. I think this one label boss got rapper and label boss got it because this was like the logo of his label, and there would be photos of him doing that. It's interesting that was just a random pop culture moment in the 2010s.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it is interesting, but at the end of the day, I mean, we have to just promote our program. I mean, and that's kind of what CPI is about. We're innovationists, and we just have to put forward our message, and we have to not get caught up in this, at the end of the day. And that, there's various forms of wrong out there. There's various forms of wrong that people get caught up in, whether it's the identity politics coming from the left, whether it's these conspiracy theories and crazy things and, racism coming from the right. We've got to just focus on what we're for. And,
by the way, Caleb, did you see did you see that this year there was an 80-year anniversary celebration in the DPRK of the founding of the Workers' Party of Korea? And, I think Vietnam and North Korea signed a few important trade agreements.
Right.
Medvedev is there. It's interesting to see how Medvedev has changed, because the Medvedev era Medvedev era in Russia, that was like when Obama tried to, I guess, reset things with Russia.
Mm-hmm.
But now I think he is more like he's on Twitter.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts on Medvedev? Because
I don't know. I think he's just an important figure in the in the Putin government. I don't know that much about him, to tell you the truth. I know a lot about Putin, but I really don't know that much about him. So, yeah.
And I think North Korea, because a lot of their problems were because they were so isolated. Like, I think most of the trade for oil happens in the U.S. dollars, and you see how that's an issue for North Korea. And I think people will say, "Oh, I went to North Korea after they signed all their agreements with the Russians, and they started building more things again."
Yeah, very true. Well, listen, it's good to have you on. David Fox is right behind you, so we're going to bring on David. But one more thing.
Oh, I was just saying, if you get a chance, Cholima on the Wing. Include the English captions, because the lyrics remind me of the stuff you say about the USSR and China.
All right. Very cool. All right. Thanks. All right. David, good to see you. How you been?
Yeah, good. Merry Christmas.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's already Boxing Day in Australia, right?
Right. Yeah. We had Christmas yesterday. And it was a nice day just with family. And we just had Christmas lunch. And then yesterday afternoon was just lazing around, not doing much at all, and an early night for me. But it's good to get together like that. At times I haven't seen some people, and what was interesting, we didn't discuss too much about what was happening and currently in Australia. I think at the moment, I think some people are still quite sensitive over what happened last weekend and what happened in Bondi. Just on that, I just want to make a mention of some analysis on that, because basically you see the media, they've just been appalling. Murdoch media, well, don't be surprised their reaction. Their newspapers, the first dozen pages is about slamming the Prime Minister on every conceivable thing you think of, and all you can see, right, but it's just full-on Zionist propaganda. What I saw straight away out of this is a complete psyop operation. One, if Israel to undermine Australian sovereignty, that we recognise the state of Palestine, and the Palestinians have the right to their own nationhood. So immediately understanding with Netanyahu coming straight out after the massacre, which I was very suspicious about. He was the first leader of anywhere come out and speak on it. I thought, that's very strange. It's usually the leader of your own country first, but he's just come straight out like that. And I knew right away there's a lot deeper, very dark elements behind the scene working here. So it wasn't just two people working independently. I knew straight away. And don't have to look at the footage if you don't want to. But when I was just taking some observation of the shooters in the footage, and how they were shooting was very military precision. Not like just they've been trained all right. And I knew straight away this is complete psyop. They're basically trying to swing public opinion away from the support of Palestine, trying to turn this into a Muslim versus Jew or they call it anti-Semitism now is the big word, happening on it, not really understanding what actually Semitism means. So Semitic means it's a language group. When you think about it, Israel, over 70% of the population of Israel are not Semitic, they're European. And the Semitic languages are based of the people of Levant and I forgot there's a little island too in the Mediterranean, which the name Malta. That's right, the Maltese as well speak a form of Semitic. So they haven't got a clue. They're trying to redefine what that term anti-Semitism is, and basically any criticism towards Israel. The Premier of the state of New South Wales has now outlawed any protests for the next 2 weeks, and then it's up to the police determination from there on. If they approve it. And then just recently in Melbourne, there was a rabbi's car that was burnt out, and I'm just thinking this is deliberate. This is not done by extreme elements for acting on their own accord. This is all a complete setup. So there's complete undermining all the way. It's not like the first time Australian sovereignty has been.
Yeah, well, I saw that a number of mainstream media outlets and a number of prominent politicians in America immediately tried to link the shooting to the Intifada. And they tweeted out, globalize the Intifada. Oh, look, they did it. And it had nothing to do with that. I mean, even according to the official story, it had nothing to do with Palestine, but yet suddenly that memo got sent out. Oh, this was all done by Palestinians. This is what happens. This is what anti-Israel protests lead to or something, and that was very, very weird. I also saw the thing that Jimmy Dore was highlighting, how it appears Candace Owens warned that it would happen, right? She said there's a tweet, like a screenshot, there will be a terrorist attack in the first or in the second week of December. And it was like, whoa, and, like there was and at that point, that makes you wonder, like, what's going on here? I have noticed that it seems like it used to be when something happened, there was kind of a unified response from the government. And it seems like now it's not a completely unified response, but it is clear that certain people did get their orders, and this was to be made about Palestine, even according to the official story, it wasn't. So, yeah.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's correct completely. And even with the federal opposition, it's just been very appalling behaviour a lot. And it's just been like actually people have already commented now from some good analogies of it. It's just stay off the social media and all the garbage that goes around it. It's really under people's skin. But yeah, that's it's been at the moment, headline stuff that's been going on. But also the underlying thing is it basically what you're seeing here is clamping down on any type of free speech and any criticism towards the system at all. So it's not just about Israel. This is about the system itself. And as economic conditions worsen, obviously people are going to be questioning more and speaking up what's going on. But it's actually really overall, it's a complete attack on the working class. It's just got to people have got to make those links. We don't have freedom of speech, and we don't have amendments or a guaranteed right to free speech. There is something in the Constitution about political expression, but however, that can be redefined in many ways. And so nothing's guaranteed in Australia at the moment. But that's what you're seeing. There is a declining economic situation where the West, I'll just use the West as a general term for discussion purposes. But you'll see a lot of the Western nations, be it Europe, America, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the whole economy is going down big time. Doesn't matter what Trump says, doesn't matter what any world leader says, it's going down. There's no more growth. If people think there's growth, there's not. We're in the era of destructive accumulation. And what we're seeing is degrowth and rampant war. And Australia's economy is based on basically finance and real estate speculation now. That's not a productive economy. You can't say that's an economy.
That's vicious capital.
Yeah, exactly, and or an economy built on sand. So what we're seeing, once the situation gets worse and people are asking questions, that's when people will really start acting on it. Not so much with the case with what's happening with Israel, although there's a lot of concerns around that at the moment. But I think, look, interesting around this time, amount of people, and I'm not talking about people who are just as homeless and without work and poverty. I'm talking about whole working families that are struggling, are now actually going to places like churches and that for charity, asking for food. They're just packed out. They're overwhelmed. I mean, there was an announcement one particular place in Sydney. It's a church. So every year they're quite well known in Australia. It's the Reverend Cruz Centre, they call it. They feed a lot of people, but when they were interviewing people, these people weren't just like your homeless type. This is where complete whole families are turning up, and it's getting bigger and bigger every year. So the cost of living and people trying to struggle every day and trying to find some sort of security in that, it's becoming more and more and more. It's not becoming less. And basically, when you look at it, economists, which I call the modern witch doctors practicing quackery, because that's all they do. Haven't got a solution to it all. Besides more degrowth, more slashing, and they've got a way to go. So that's what sort of just an outline in Australia at the moment. On a different note, I know that I'm just sort of finishing off an article I'm doing about fascism. I've had to listen to what you've said about it and everything else, and I think what the thing is to focus on is the essence, not the form. The form and essence, sure, it's a relationship, but people don't understand when they shoot that off. Oh, we're going into fascism. Well, hang on, let's have a look what it really is. It's not its form it's take, it's its essence, which is degrowth. So what you're seeing who forms government is the same objectives of what they say fascism is. It's further degrowth in order to try and save imperialism, but they can't now. And I mean, to them to work well. It's an interesting scenario for Australia, which way we'd go with that, because will they do a complete military crackdown on Australia? We don't know yet. That's still the question mark's still there. And I think people have got to understand it's more than just form, it's essence. And this is where they completely miss the argument when they say, oh, that's fascist. Well, actually, stop right there. So it doesn't mean someone can be authoritarian but pro-growth as well.
Right.
So it doesn't mean that's a completely different thing. Yeah. So
yeah.
That's where I'm at the moment, just enjoying a little break from work, and then I'm back at work on the 12th of January. So.
Well, it's interesting. One thing that I have been thinking a lot about lately is in America, there are a couple Maoist groups that are almost invisible because they have set up like community service organizations. Right. And they're you don't see them ever. One of them is the group that Nelson Peary started, the League of Revolutionaries for a New America. And they have like the National Coalition for the Homeless, and they have some other groups. And they're very kind of, you wouldn't know that communists are running it. There's another one called NATLFed, National Labor Federation. which has, I guess they're secretly called the Provisional Communist Party and all that. But these groups, to some degree or other, they're Maoists, and they have set up shop in communities, and they run kind of sustainable community service projects. And I feel like there's an effort, CPI, we need to make an effort to study them. We need to set up shop. And I've been saying that for a long time. And we're in a position where it looks like something we could do in the relative future, right? As we head into the new year, we could set up shop soon, but we need to understand what setting up shop to provide services like you've been describing. I mean, all these people are going to be hungry soon and all of that. How does one set up shop in a way that is sustainable, and that it also doesn't deteriorate into just losing your politics and you just become a self-serving charity? You know what I'm saying? Because I feel like Lerna, I was around Lerna a little bit in Detroit, and I observed them, and I feel like to some degree or other they've lost their politics. They don't really have their anti-imperialist politics. They're just kind of running NGO kind of poverty community service. And I'm curious about Naddlefed, and I'm curious about some of these other Maoist groups that have, even in like Chinatown in New York City, you have a lot of these Maoist, former Communist Workers' Party NGOs that are run by Asian Americans. They're not communists anymore, but they started out as that. And I'm curious, like, if we are to set up shop in a neighborhood, what would that look like? And how could we provide services to people in a way that we could also teach them anti-imperialism? And one would not come at the expense of the other. We could continue teaching anti-imperialism, but also at the same time provide services and be able to do both. And what would that look like? And also, most of us in CPI are white. I mean, not everybody, you know what I mean? But part of the reason I think that a lot of the Maoist groups that have done this have gotten so into the identity politics is that their focus was on the Black community only, and the Black community is in Democratic Party areas, and so that kind of led to that. And we're kind of taking the position that the lower levels of capital, for their own selfish reasons, are actually less pro-imperialist. And so, how could we operate in a way where we would do community projects and be able to not be Democrats? You know what I'm saying? That's also the question, is how could we function? And like, I'm thinking about different places like Kentucky, for example, right? Where, in Kentucky, you have Thomas Massey, you have Rand Paul, you have anti-war voices that are elected officials that are saying anti-war things. And maybe, we could somehow start to operate in Kentucky through a mass organization or something. I mean, these are all just different projects we're exploring, because the urgent necessity for CPI, if we're serious about out of the movement to the masses, if we're serious about becoming a real organization, we have to set up shop in a community. We have to the online stuff is great. I'm going to keep streaming on here and all that, but eventually we have to become a group that is among the masses, and has a base, right? And that is kind of the urgent thing. And when you're talking about these people that are hungry, we need to have a base urgently, or else, that's really the only way we can kind of exist. So, so that's kind of what's on my mind. That's what immediately came to my mind when you started talking about that. If you can send us that article that you write on fascism, I'd like to circulate that. That sounds like a very important contribution.
Yeah, well, when I'm back home, I'm just currently away at the moment. I'm off to see my father very soon. He's in a nursing home, and unfortunately, he's got dementia, so he doesn't remember everything now. But I do have to spend some time with him. Very important to me. But when I'm back home, it'll be over a week's time. I want to finish off the article altogether. I'll be quoting from both R. Paul Dutton and Georgi Dimitrov as well, and also Michael Parenti. He did an excellent on black shirts and black shirts and reds. So I think that's what I wanted to focus on there. But you're right about establishing bases. I think it like goes for any work. I know when I was written in the CPA and the CPA-ML, same thing. We were talking about United Front work and all that, but all of a sudden the parties become the United Front. They just tend to lose their thing. So, and the same thing when I've seen with street stalls and all. Not street stalls, but food kitchens and all that. There was another party. I won't mention their name, but they same thing. That's exactly what you've just described. They've wound up doing. And I think, well, where's the politics? You've just, look, there's our name, there's our brand name, and basically that's what it is. Here we are, we're here, take our pictures with everyone. They're not achieving. Even, I mean, it's very charitable and to feed people, sure. But there's many other organisations that can do that. It's like you're saying, how would we establish spaces? How would we go, and what would that look like? And and what would we be doing? Besides feeding people.
Right.
So that's very important.
So I mean, these are big questions we've got to wrangle with. Not all the conversations can be public, obviously. Some of them have got.
No.
Yeah, but the question is, how do we go from being an association? I will say I'm getting ready. We're going to have the end of the year message soon for CPI, and I look at everything we've done this year. And the thing that really kind of hits home, and I don't think I can put this in the message necessarily, is that it's really important that we exist as an autonomous organization, because if we were in a group, we would have had to ask permission from people, and we wouldn't have been able to do any of this. And that's one of the things I've noticed, is that it used to be, especially if one joined the official CPs, right, of the communist parties, they were known for doing a lot. It was like a full-time job practically. Now it's the opposite. I've noticed if you join one of the official CPs, you can't do anything. And if you start to do something, well, you have to ask permission. And then they say, oh, well, you have to ask the committee, and you don't do anything. And it's like people join these groups, and the groups are there to make sure they don't do anything. It's very odd. And CPI has done a lot. I mean, you saw us you were with us, in July. I mean, you've seen,
right.
Yeah. And I mean, we have done a lot to intervene with an anti-imperialist message, distributing books and putting on events and all of that. We couldn't have done any of this if we had to ask permission from some, higher up, you know what I mean? And I don't know any group that would even want to do the kind of stuff we do. So, that's what really strikes me. It's important to have an organization that is autonomous to allow us to do this and not come under the domination of a bureaucracy of one of these established parties that's going to say, well, don't do it, and that also there's a layer of, that's one thing about, you're older than I am, and what it means to be a real activist. And I am really lucky that I'm old enough that I was around when groups were still functioning to some degree or other, and doing better work than they're doing now. Let me put it that way, and because a lot of these younger people don't even know what it means to be an activist. They don't understand that it can be more than a podcast. It can be more than just talking about these ideas on the internet, that there is a way to build a base among the population. There's a way to carry out real operations where you penetrate the discourse, like we did with our Trump Kim banner, like we did with the Houthi book. It looks like, I mean, Tucker Carlson said the name of the book on his show. That's a sign. I mean, we have penetrated the discourse in a limited way. It's not an easy thing to do, but you can carry out operations and penetrate the discourse. And yeah, and that if you just kind of stay on the internet talking to people that are already in your bubble, you're not going to be able to do that. So that's just kind of my thoughts. Yeah,
and exactly. I'll round it off. I mean, because I was fortunate to probably know a lot of people young, but I actually had met communists from the 1930s that joined the party in the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Wow. They would have exactly said what you just said then, what they said to me. That's what we've got to do. Yeah, exactly what you've and interesting. There was an old mentor of mine. He passed away back in the late 2000s. He was in his 90s, still sharp as anything, communist, through and through. And before he just went down very rapidly, and passed away. But he was his name was Vic Williams. He was and he's really sharp. He knew his stuff about philosophy, political economy, social science, and he would have said the exact same thing. And even when the 2008, what they called the global financial crisis, even he just come out, no, it's a crisis of overproduction, and boom, he knew what was primary, and he enforced the correct line. But interesting, all the people that argued against him are still around, that co-opted everything and get themselves in comfortable positions a whole lot, not blatantly interested in changing anything, as far as I care. They argued against it. Yeah. It's a very interesting concept. But once you've come along with the CPI and everything else, this is exactly what the old school would have said. I mean, William Z. Foster would have said exactly the same thing. And I don't know what you're saying now. And I mean, I'm very fortunate in that and pass that history on, but some others. But to actually talk to them. Yeah, it's right in the contrast of what Ian said now to a lot of CPs in the Western world saying.
Yeah, and I'm also, the other thing that comes to me that I just wanted to mention to you is I am realizing on some level Stalin is so underestimated. Really, that movement that you're describing, that was Stalin. You know what I mean? Like, Stalin gave the credit to Lenin. He said Marxism, Leninism. That was Stalin. And what existed from like the 1930s to the 1950s, when you had this global movement centered around the Soviet Union that was against fascism, that was building labor unions, that was against racism, like that was such a big factor, right? I mean, the Dimitrov speech, that was August 2nd, 1935. He gave that address, on fascism to the Communist International. Yep. They estimated that there were 20 million active communists in the world at that time, right? According to the articles. And the Communist International and affiliated parties had 20 million active members. And what they were putting out was not, it's something that like, there's not even anything like it nowadays. It was a very clear movement. If you read like William Z. Foster's books, he's putting forward a line, and anybody who was in the organization would put forward that same line. And that there was this whole like layer of the world almost that had that line, and that was Stalin. And that I'm kind of in awe of that. If you think about that, like how dynamic an individual Stalin was to impact world history that way. And why, I mean, he himself said, after I die, a heap of rubbish is going to be piled upon my grave, and they have spent, the time from 1956 up into today telling us how bad he was and reinventing new ways to tell us how bad he was. You know what I'm saying? That's what the Khrushchevism book is about. First, he was bad because of this. Well, actually, he was bad because of this. Well, he was bad because of this. He was bad because of that. And it's like they're jumping. They are so scared of something like that, right? And it was about overproduction. That's what Stalin talked about. The Great Depression was caused by overproduction. We need 5-year plans. It was pretty basic, and it's like that. And that every anti-imperialist state and movement, to some degree or other, is modeled on the Soviet Union, right? That the Soviet Union laid the basis for all of this. Ibrahim Traore in Burkina Faso wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Stalin, right? Iran, the Islamic Republic of Iran, they don't like Marxism at all, but they would not exist. They had the construction jihad. They have their whole identity comes from Stalin, and they would never admit that. They don't even feel that way, and I'm just kind of blown away by the importance of Stalin and how it's Stalin. I mean, it really is Stalin. I mean, and it's not, and that's why Trots can read Lenin and get it all completely wrong, is because they don't like Stalin. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Do you have any thoughts on that, or?
Well, no, look, he did play a big influence here, even here in Australia as well. I mean, in May Day rallies, they used to have pictures of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin. And then they have a picture of Trotsky with a line for a on it as well. So, the Australian sense of humour, they're thrown into it. And what is actually interesting too, his influence on Mao Zedong, because if you look at their Mao and Stalin's how they write, their writing technique, very similar to each other. When I've studied Mao's with others, or just by myself, I thought, gee, he writes like Stalin. You know what I mean? He had that particular style and method, because both of them wrote works that anyone could actually read.
Yeah, well, they were both mass organizers. That's what they're pointing about. Country Joe and the Fish. Country Joe and the masses of the water, the revolutionaries of the fish. They were mass organizers in a way that we can only strive to be. And the Young Stalin book, the guy who wrote it is not a pro-Stalin guy, but he wrote this biography of young Stalin before the revolution. And it's like the amount of detail about this guy that was a real skilled organizer who knew how to get stuff done on the ground. So yeah. All right. Well, thank you for coming on, David. Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Were you going to say something? Look, thank you very much. Look, I think anyone on this program, I mean, if you're ever in doubt, read some of Stalin's work, especially the Foundations of Leninism, History of the CPSUB. There's many others, even short pamphlets. You have a read of it, understand it, apply it, and see what is true about that. You can be theoretical, great at theory, but if it's not related to practice, it's no good. There's an old saying: practice without theory is futile. Theory without practice is sterile, and that was the key about Mao and Stalin. That they were both entrenched in the struggle, and they wrote it in their theory, and they were proven correct.
Indeed. Well, thank you, David. All my best. Thank you for the update on everything.
All the best, and Merry Christmas to everyone.
Okay. Yeah, Merry Christmas to you. Thank you. All right, that's the great David Fox, a longtime stalwart of our community, a legend in so many ways. Phil, you're back.
Hey, Caleb, how are you?
You're back with your Santa Claus beard. What brought you back?
Well, I had sent you, 3 videos on your WhatsApp.
Okay.
But then I heard you talking with David, and, I agree with you that we need to start organizing some kind of outreach of services. The only thing is whether we want to do it as just the way CPI is organized right now, with private donations, and not organized as a not-for-profit, or if we want to go for the tax benefits. because part of I'm actually doing this right now with the nonprofit program that I'm trying to get set up. You know, you can't, to get your tax exempt status, you can't have any type of political business or affiliation going on with the nonprofit. You know, it's against the law, basically, and you can lose your tax exempt status for it.
Right.
So
Well, obviously, you know, this is a wider conversation that, you know, like I said with David, it's not the kind of thing we're going to resolve on here, but we have to figure out how we can become a force within a community and not simply an internet niche. And that's what I've been emphasizing. And, you know, we've really transitioned. 2 years ago, I said I wanted CPI to become outreach oriented. That was achieved. And then we had the innovationist turn, which was really big. The innovationist term was when we declared we're not communists anymore. We're innovationists. And we also had the anti-Khrushchevism campaign, so that everyone who comes into CPI knows what they signed up for, right? And that if you're going to get worked up about cult of personality and, oh my God, you know, I don't know, I want to prove I think for myself, and you know, you're in the wrong place, you know, because we got a job to do. And we're, you know, and it's interesting because somebody asked a really good question on a Zoom call the other day. And it was actually a Zoom call that Noah was leading. And the question got back to me. And I actually said it was a good question. And Noah did a good job answering it from what I understand. I wasn't on the call, but it was a good question. They said, well, Caleb, on the one hand, you're saying out of the movement to the masses, like we want to get to the masses of people. But on the other hand, you say CPI is not for everybody, right? And that's contradictory in a way. But it's not. In a way, I mean, it is and it isn't, in the sense that we want to have a message that will resonate with as many people as possible. However, we have to also come to terms with the fact that not everybody is ready to go all into all of this. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that you know, that some people are, you know, and there's a lot of members of CPI who just donate. And that's fine. That is totally 100% fine. That, if you're watching, by the way, if you're one of those members, you've joined CPI and all you do is you pay your $15 a month dues. You've never been to a meeting. I have no idea what you even look like. That's fine. That's totally fine. Right. And people are welcome to do that. And if you're able to join, and you're able to come to the convention once a year, that's fine. But you know, there is a layer of people that want to take this on as a lifestyle and a way of being. And the Khrushchevism book has at the end kind of a guide of how to live as an innovationist. And I've done slideshows about this, you know, about ways to keep yourself on the great road and ways to, you know, kind of use this as a way of being. And that's not for everybody. And that a new rule that I made a rule 3 years ago, which was no chasing after people. Because there were some people that, you know, did a lot of damage to CPI and the problem was all of them were people that I had chased after. They were people who they didn't really want to be an activist. And I was constantly calling them and saying, can you please come to this event? Can you please do that? And, you know, I realized when you pressure people to do things, it's basically just a matter of time.
Tend to resent you for it.
Yeah, they resent you for it. So my rule is basically, you know, we don't want to become the kind of group that pressures people to do things they don't want to do, right? And if there are people that just don't want to be activists, we don't want to pressure them to do that. You know what I mean? But we want to basically make clear we are offering a way of life of struggle, walking upon the great road. And that's not for everybody, but we want to train and cultivate people who can take that on. And often, you know, the people that we meet that really do take this on are people we never would have met if we were doing this communist thing. You know, Penny is a great member of our organization, very, very, very active. And Penny has said to me before, she never would have joined CPI if we were calling ourselves communists. She would never have done that because it just, the idea of joining a communist group is just not something she would have ever done. But she met us after the innovationist turn. And she liked our message, our anti-imperialist message. She liked our outreach focus. And now Penny is like, I mean, she's in Minneapolis and she is go, go, go. I mean, there's not a day that goes by where Penny's not out there putting up signs or doing something. She's always having little rallies. She's always done reading groups. Penny is like all about us. And part of it was we had to not be this intellectual communist niche. We had to just say, we're done with the communist thing. We're doing innovationism, which we learned from communism. We draw from communism, but we're building a completely new movement that is about celebrating human creativity and is about optimism. And that one thing, Phil, I don't know how many communists you've been around, outside of CPI or whatever, but there's something about communists. They give off this kind of angry vibe. They give off this, like, I'm mad at the whole world vibe. We don't give off that vibe anymore. And anyone who comes around CPI says people just don't, we kind of gave that vibe off when we started, even though we were doing something different. We still had that, if you ever meet it's like something to do with the hammer and sickle, something to do probably with the dialectical materialist philosophy, that if people take on that way of being, they just give off this hateful, angry vibe. And we don't give off that vibe anymore. People that come around us, we just don't seem that way anymore. And I'm really happy. And I really think that's key, right? That we have to show people that we're an optimistic group of people that wants what's the best. You know what I mean? For best for the world. We're not kind of tapping into people's desire for revenge or resentment or whatever. We're trying to build an optimistic movement to rescue our country from imperialism. That's what we're all about.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing that I like about CPI, is that we're there for each other.
Yes.
I mean, and, that we care about not only each other in our group, but people outside of the group as well, and we're always, concerned about the way this country is going.
Yes.
Right now. I mean, people like you, people like me, people like Gabby, people like John, people like Ellie, people like Dan, people like Penny, we're always, there, and it's go time,
Yeah.
I mean, 99.9% of the time, when you call me and like, hey, we got an event coming up. Can you be there? I'm there.
Yep.
I mean, when we had the Trump Kim rally out in front of Madison Square Garden, we were there.
You called me and said, Trump's coming to Madison Square Garden. Caleb, we got to do something. And I said, Phil's right. We got to do something. And I called people like crazy. And I said, oh my God, who's going to be there? What are we going to do? And very few people were available at short notice, but Michael Pella, Red Illuminati, he was available, right? Who's in the hospital right now. I hope he's watching. We're going to honor him. He was there. You were available. And the church folks were available, and
and actually Sunday morning, I was running around, at church trying to get people like, please.
Yeah, right. And we pulled off a miracle, right? I mean, it was amazing what we pulled off, right? I mean, who would have thought we could have gotten an 8x12 huge banner outside of Trump's rally, right? When 20,000 people are piling in to see Trump.
And then got written up in the New Yorker for it.
And USA Today. Yeah, I didn't even know. I just found out about that one. I didn't even know we were in USA Today, right? We were in, I mean, it made an impact. The New Yorker noted that we were there, and USA Today was there, and it was a really big thing. I'll put the video on. That'll be fun. Shall we put the video on?
Yeah.
Okay, because that was a great day. Like we moved mountains, and that's what I was talking about with David. Like we penetrated the discourse. We made ourselves relevant to the conversation. Trump was coming to the thing. One aspect of Trump was he said he wanted to end the wars, and we have a particular interest in peace with North Korea and all of that. So we penetrated the discourse. We made ourselves part of the conversation, and we impacted a lot of people. So yeah, we'll put that video on. Yeah, that'll be great.
And then also, with the Secret Service driving by when we were outside of Trump Tower. So I'm sure that got back to President Trump as well.
Indeed. Here we go. So we're here on 34th Street, and the crowds have lined up. They're going in to see Trump speak. We've got our banner. We're handing out our palm cards, spreading the message.
Like a concert, but bigger. I see the lines of people going block after block after block after block, and it makes you wonder, is the media, the mainstream media, really telling you the truth about how unpopular Donald Trump actually is?
This administration is evil, and we need to bring America back to and make America godly again. make America great again.
Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This was a great, great moment when Trump talked to Kim Jong-un and started the process of peace on the Korean Peninsula. And we want to see peace not just with North Korea, but with Russia, with China, with many countries around the world. It is outrageous that billions of dollars is being spent on prolonging the war in Ukraine when our people can't get relief in North Carolina. People are left behind in Georgia and North Carolina. They can't get the relief they need. This is outrageous. Our government is more concerned with waging wars around the world than for caring for our own people. That we need a president who will put America first, a president who will bring peace around the world. Only peace can make America great again. Yeah, you think Trump could be a peace president?
I think he can, as long as he surrounds himself with people who have peace in mind. My concern, I'm a voter, I'm concerned about everything. He's surrounding himself with a lot of people from big tech, and big tech has pretty much been now part of the military-industrial complex, so that's slightly concerning, but I think if Trump surrounds himself with good people, I think so.
I appreciate Trump and all his efforts.
You like the banner, huh?
I do.
Yeah, are you worried about war, the danger of war?
I am, and I know I'm confident that Trump can put an end to it.
They're marching us toward World War III, and they're taking our freedoms away. While they do it, we have got to stand up. Kamala Harris represents the most vile factions of the deep state, the regime change apparatus. Yeah, what do you think about how Kamala Harris, I mean, it seems like she's locking up her political opponents, trying to put people in jail, trying to put Trump in jail so she can win the election?
They'll do anything to stay in power.
You're a Kennedy fan, I can see, huh?
I am, yes.
Yeah, he's bold, sticking up about the vaccines and all of that. Tell him
He is, but I think it's important. When you have a lot of mainstream publications who refuse to report on a lot of the stories that people have, I think it only adds more validity to what Kennedy's been saying about big pharma, big ag.
This is a man of peace. This is a man that can do it. This is a man that can make things happen. Everybody say war, war, war. This man is for peace, he's for unity, he's for the black, he's for the white, he's for everybody. This is a man I like. Yeah. Don't worry about what the fake media say. 100% the right man for the job.
We want peace between all different races and nationalities in the world. This is how they are. I'm here advocating peace and he's calling me a Nazi. Didn't the Nazis start a big war? Didn't the Nazis take people's freedom away? This is how they are. This is exactly how they are. You're a Nazi if you want peace. This is how sick they are. You're standing here saying you want peace and he's calling us Nazis for wanting peace. I'm standing here for peace and they call you a Nazi. This is how sick the woke left is. It's Nazism to want peace. I'm a patriot. I love my country, and loving your country means you don't want a war. I am a patriot. I love America, and I don't want World War III. Only peace can make America great again. Trump wants to negotiate. He wants to trade with countries around the world rather than bombing them. He wants to end these insane sanctions that are weakening the dollar around the world. And he wants to open up trade and friendship. Peace starts with trade and doing business.
Obama couldn't do it. Bush couldn't do it. He did it. For that reason, I'm giving my vote for him. I'm from New York City here. I'm voting for him.
About yourself, you and I go back to Occupy Wall Street.
Yeah, we go back to Occupy Wall Street. I started off with the Jersey City Peace Movement. We're all about saying no to wars. And that's why I've come out to stand here with this sign, because World War III is a bad thing to get ourselves involved with. And seeing who Kamala Harris these days is surrounding herself with, the likes of Dick Cheney and Liz Cheney and these neocon warmongers that just won't leave us alone.
What do you think? Sorry. What do you think?
Excellent.
That was a great moment when he met with Kim Jong-un.
Yeah, he has the respect of people around the world, unlike Kamala.
Absolutely.
No one has any respect for her.
I say America first, not Ukraine first. I say America first, not Israel first. Only peace can make America great again. Only peace can make America great again. This is the... No problem. How are people liking it? Good? He's a deal maker, and this should just be the beginning. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Putin I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with Xi Jinping. I can't wait until Donald Trump shakes hands with the Iranians and with the Cubans all around the world. Only peace can make America great again. And it's time that we do business. There's a whole new economy in the world. If you look at the BRICS countries, Brazil, Russia, India, China, all these countries are rising up from poverty and building new railways and all that. We should trade with them. We should get some of that money for America. America shouldn't be trying to lock the world out. Our dollar is losing value because of this silly policy. Yeah, that was our intervention, Phil. That was us.
Yep.
That was a great day. Yeah. So any other thoughts on your mind tonight?
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, actually the reason why I came on was I sent you 3 videos on your WhatsApp.
Okay.
Are you able to connect? One is a video about a new law in South Korea that makes the national security law look like chicken feed. The next one is, about all types of ministers that went to South Korea in support of Holy Mother Han. And then the last one is a special video.
I'll have to put them on next time, I think. Next stream. I think. We're getting down to our last 10 minutes here. So I want to show our interventions around Venezuela. I think that's really important for people to see. But thanks for coming on, Phil. All my best. And we'll see you in January for sure. So be in touch. Sound good?
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. All right. I have got to show how we said hands off Venezuela at the No Kings rallies around the country. That was Penny. She was a big part of this, but it was all over the country. Our Chicago members were out there. Our LA members were out there. I think that's got to be shown, right? We got to show how we intervened at the No Kings rallies around the country. Right. So, yeah, here we go. This was how we intervened. The Democrats were having all these rallies about Trump being a dictator, no kings or whatnot. So we intervened and we said, hands off Venezuela. Here we go. As you know, probably on Saturday, there was a huge mobilization by the Democrat Party against Donald Trump. It was called No Kings. And many people are commenting on the rallies, how it was largely middle-aged and elderly people, and how the rallies seemed to have no real substance other than Trump derangement syndrome. Well, we at the Center for Political Innovation, we decided to crash these rallies, to say, hands off Venezuela. If you want to protest Trump, you should be protesting the fact that he's threatening a new war right here in our hemisphere against Venezuela. And we reject largely the Trump derangement syndrome message, but we called for hands off Venezuela. Now, we went to a number of these rallies around the country, and made our point, hands off Venezuela, interrupted elected officials, passed out leaflets, had some great conversations. Here is a summary of our intervention at the No Kings rallies, October 18th.
Hands off Venezuela. Keep our money here for jobs and education in America.
Instead of No Kings, we should be having a rally, No Wars. Maybe the one in the Middle East ended, maybe it didn't. Hopefully the one in Ukraine is about to end, but we need not to start one in Venezuela. No new Vietnam in this hemisphere. Stop the war against Maduro. Venezuela isn't pushing drugs, the CIA is. Stop Mark Rubio and the neocons from conning Trump into a new war in Venezuela.
Hands off Venezuela. I don't want our children to go to war. I don't want anybody's child to go to war. We can't afford any more war. We need hands off Venezuela. Hands off Venezuela. No war. And we gotta apply pressure where it's needed, like the neocons.
Minnesota and Twin Cities. Come on, buddy.
Hands off Venezuela! Hands off Minnesota!
Did you give yourselves a hand? This is
pueblo. Only the people can save the people.
We are the people that will repair, restore, and make this nation finally the place of belonging for all of us. Hands up, Maduro! Hands up, Venezuela! Hands up, Maduro! Hands up, Venezuela! Hands up, Maduro! As an indigenous Mexican, jobs and schools for us. As a mother, my heart is heavy. America. As we witness the pain and the violence brought upon our families, bring our troops home. Kidnapping of immigrants and citizens alike. About indigenous people, bring our violence rest. No war in Venezuela. Militarized patients in the name of full safety. Well, it's disrespectful to invade another country. When hearts are numb, the cries of...
We don't want no World War III. We don't want World War III, folks. This is what we ought to be talking about. The kings are the military-industrial complex, the pharmaceutical-industrial complex, the Democrats, the Republicans, even Mamdani. He wants the young people to think Maduro is a dictator. He is not. So it's not just Marco Rubio. It's Mamdani and the Democrats too. Because at the end of the day, they make money from the lobbyist groups. We need to get money out of politics. That's what we need to do, folks. We don't need to be creating another war with Venezuela. Venezuela never attacked us. We're bombing fishing boats. Hands off Venezuela. Peace now.
We got a oligarch crisis.
So stop
And this is like we are in a situation
You're
where
worried
we're
about
fighting for our
guns?
very
Bring more
democracy at
troops
this
home and
moment.
stop bombing our
Because these
country.
people are not
No, stop the war in Venezuela.
They want to
Jobs
say
and
Martin
schools
Luther
for
King,
America.
democratic
You want to
society
stop
too,
school
and we
shooters?
say absolutely
Let's stop selling
no,
guns to
no
Nazis
kids.
in Ukraine, huh? How about that?
And what about the abuse of the criminal justice system? My dear friend and your dear friend, Tish James, is facing an indictment along with James Comey. This is an abuse of the criminal justice system. Basically, he took your Medicare and Medicaid and got rid of it so that he could give it the money to the billionaires. It is so evil, so wrong, and we can't stand it.
Hands off Maduro. Bring our troops home.
From kind of Trump into war with Venezuela. That war will make Vietnam look like a picnic. Everybody in Venezuela's got a gun and they all love their president. This war will be a dumb war to get into. Any war is dumb, but this war will be really dumb. Stop Rubio's war in Venezuela. Got to concentrate on ending wars, not making wars. If the Democratic Party adopts that message, they'll win 100% of the House. But instead, they're talking about stupid stuff.
Brother, I like your sign a lot. Could I ask you about it?
Yeah, sure.
All right. You are live on No Jumper, brother. What is Hands Off Venezuela? What's going on for those that don't know?
So for those who don't know, right now the U.S. is trying to destabilize Venezuela again, to try to take its resources by claiming that the government is in cahoots with narco traffickers. While we all know that the CIA, like there's a 60-minute segment that shows that a general that was smuggling was actually a CIA asset.
Wow.
So it's like
kind of like mirroring what happened with the Iran-Contra.
Yeah,
it sounds like El Salvador in the 80s.
Yeah, definitely. But this was in the 90s when Venezuela is still not in a socialist government.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why do I keep hearing about Israel's involvement?
The Venezuelan government has been very outspoken about the genocide that's currently going on in Gaza. So if you have a legit government calling you out about by name and word by calling it a genocide, saying that you're committing genocide out loud. I don't think you're gonna like as Israel hearing that, like when having that.
They don't want to get put on blast.
Yeah, they don't want to get put on blast. You could insinuate it and be fine with it, but like they don't want to be called out for what it is, because like there's meaning, like legally there's meaning to those words, like so there's retribution, but.
Well, at the end of the day, it's money in politics. I mean, it doesn't matter where that money is coming from necessarily. I mean, there's lobbyist groups of all kinds. And, when Obama was president, the Supreme Court passed Citizens United, which put that on steroids.
Right.
Basically, it had already been in place, but now anything goes. And we're seeing the influence of AIPAC in practically every part of our government. You know what I mean? So it's like, and even Trump, I think at the Knesset even admitted, to the world that, we're getting all this money from, Miriam Edelson and all this. And, the irony of this event here is George Soros funds a lot of the No Kings events. And he's technically, by principle, you could say he's a king.
Yeah,
a lot of
literally.
money,
Like, is that the richest dude in the world, kind of?
Hi, this is Paul and Gavin from the Quad Cities branch of the Center for Political Innovation. We're here at the No Kings rally in Davenport, Iowa. And, I figured this was going to be a few hundred people at the most. It actually looks like thousands of people. And so I was able to get out 100 of the Stop Trump and Rubio's War on Venezuela, I guess specifically Rubio's War on Venezuela, flyers out. Those things went like hotcakes.
He has lost the plot with this circus rally. Instead of campaigning to stop Comey and John Bolton from going to jail, they should be campaigning to throw Mark Rubio in there with them. Regime change wars are a crime. All war is a crime. Peace is the future. The summit coming up in Bucharest is the future, but a new war with Venezuela will sabotage it, and that's what Mark Rubio is pushing. Mark Rubio is the new John Bolton, and Mark Rubio needs to join John Bolton in prison. Don't defend Bolton, don't defend Comey, don't defend Clapper, don't defend Hillary, don't defend these warmongers. Oppose all wars. If you want the Democrats back in power, you have to oppose the wars. That's what people voted for, is an end to the wars. That's not what this administration actually delivered. If you show you're going to deliver it, then you'll win. But if you show that you oppose him even talking about ending the wars, then you're going to lose again. People are tired of wars. People around the world are tired of the wars. People in the United States are tired of the wars. And we don't need a new Vietnam here in our hemisphere. We need to stop this war with Venezuela. We need to fire Mark Rubio and have him be John Bolton's cellmate.
Yeah. Well, folks, we did our 8 hours. We are now almost 5 minutes past the 8 hour. We did 8 hours today, which is, I do these mega streams on holidays because I know it's a great way to connect with people, and it gives us a lot of time to just talk about what we need to do. And we've got it set up where today I got up early. I did my live. We started at 7 a.m. We ended at 11, and then I went and had a nice dinner with my wife, and then I got back on here at 6, and we got a good thing going on here. But folks, I will just end by saying, come to our event in New Jersey. It's going to be something special. It is looking to be really something special. We have not done an event like this before. So please come to our event in New Jersey. It's something special. We're going to be kicking off the new year. And become a member, time to join CPI, get involved in this community. We got important work to do. We're setting up shop. That is the goal. We need to set up shop as soon as possible. And we are figuring out how to get everything in order to make that happen. You can join CPI on the website. Membership is $15 a month. And once you join on the website, at that point, you can then get invited to our weekly Zoom calls, etc. So join on the website, get involved, and our community is marching ahead and great things are happening. These are times of great danger, threats of war in Venezuela, etc. But, a lot of people are ready to get involved and fight and stand for justice. So thank you, everybody. I want to just give everyone my love here. remind you that if you want to find happiness in this world, there are 2 ways to find it. 1, build, create, innovate, and change the world and construct. And 2, love and connect. And yeah, our organization and our community seeks to give people a way to do both of those things and find the real road to happiness in this life. So on that note, folks, we're going to end. Thanks. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. You know, I'm proud of myself for doing this. My throat's been dripping all day. Hopefully my my post-nasal drip or whatever I got going on goes away soon, and I think it will. But the fact that I did this, you know, I'm proud of myself. We did 8 hours today, just like we said we would. And I'll be back soon. Probably not tomorrow, but soon. And we'll be on here. We're just going to keep streaming. We're going to hit stream number 1,000 soon. So keep an eye out for my end of the year message. That's going to be the next really important video I do. Dare to struggle, dare to win. Good night.